right, welcome for joining us. Thanks so much for Group 5. What we actually is that official ATF? Is that or is that how it is? ATF, is that the group name in chat?
I mean,
Should it?
I
I think
don't
it should. Yeah, I like it. I'm a fan.
All Tardan's fault.
Was it
no
Yeah.
just
ATF can stand for anything, but I mean, we all pretty much know what it stands for.
Well,
yeah? It's like a verbal thing.
by concealing it, by limiting it to an acronym, we can morph it
Yeah,
to
morph
our needs all the time, right? We can.
Yeah, so we'll probably wait for Will to Darius to kind of sign off on that. I think that's the only person that didn't say they were 100% on that name. But for now, ATF. Yeah, what's up? All right, well, coming into session 19.
Let's go, 19.
19?
Excited.
We're all gonna
So
die.
recap. I'm gonna have it paused here as well. So I'm gonna get the game paused here. But recap. What happened was we had a fight. We had a sequence, right? We ended the 2 sessions ago. We ended on the beginning of the fight. Then all of a sudden, the last session, we concluded that fight, and that fight was held in the actual crypts of Othema, and you had found essentially this underlying layer. And what became clear to you all was that the individual with the actual staff was not the most powerful, nor really the one that seemed to be maybe in charge of everything, right? Given the fact that Christoph Cormier, the frat bro of of your boy Tardan, was called by an entity, called by an avatar of Bane, someone that had formed in the shadowiness of the darkness shroud, pulling itself back, and essentially called Christoph to their domain, brought them to, and essentially kind of teleported their planar, shifted them, however you want to phrase it, magical spells. And Christoph was gone. There was no remnants of them besides perhaps the blood and flesh and the bits of scrap metal from the battle that they had just ensued. Going towards what lay was this wizard, right? They had a spell book. There were spells within it. It was written in the context that it came from Glenlar, a wizarding school in Merlandar, a city within the far south of the Athrena region of Arthuria. And this particular character was known as Freemore and happened to actually be someone of note within the city, albeit none of which you really pressed forward in investigations. The staff, even though it was pulled apart into fragments of the different splinters of wood, it came back together. It reformed. And then Tardan, you had possessed it for a time here. That part of the recap. But what was clear is that one of the bodies had to be Gular, right? You know that Gular was brought up for the sarcophagus. That one of the bodies had to be Gular on one of the actual altars. The second one, though, you did not know. And cracking it open, it was like a smaller to medium-sized humanoid, like a dwarf that was inside the sarcophagus. And they both were at different periods or time of actual death. They were not relative to each other at all in terms of time. And from the investigations of a new party member here, Athos, you kind of concluded, I would imagine, that put 2 and 2 together because you made the checks pretty separately. But one of the bodies was buried quite recently in terms of life, and the other body was buried a long, long time ago. We come to the chest. There's a tumbler. We began to solve that tumbler, essentially finding out exactly what it said. It basically said T.O. Siltoric, and Siltoric kind of stands for place, it seems. Now, there was a couple others. We had keys put into the map bearer that was underneath the chest lid, and then the scroll with one line, nothing else. That goes to Journey's End, meets until you find the one the key was put into. We had to dispel magic, which essentially dispelled whatever illusion was placed onto this, and then we came with a map. And this map pointed, as far as using our skills and whatnot, gave a location, which is not far from here, the northern Gorn Valley in the mountains of the Southern Frosthorn. So that kind of compiles what it is that we had found within the crypt. Now we pressed on to the Suntree Cathedral. We carried the body of Freemar. And then we placed the body of the Freemar in the central cathedral. And sure enough, guess who was there? Lord Thalin Falor, which was bloodied. They themselves cut a line up to the actual cathedral, to the holy district. The avatar of Pelor, or whatever manifestation of some sort of other individual cresting the light throughout the city, they were ridding it of undead. So when you came through, you were essentially, well, are you a friend from foe, right? That half, not necessarily a full wall of the actual holy district, but a barricade or barrier of wall of some sort. And you passed and you pressed on. And so this avatar and this thing is cresting through. And so now what has happened is they're kind of compiling the undead. They're moving them to the wagons and the carts, and they're cleaning up the city. This whatever horde that arise has now ended very quickly when this avatar was brought forth, just kind of sweeping through the city and taking them out. I make this actual comparison. I don't know if anybody's seen the Avatar: Last Airbender. I say that the comparison is to the actual early on in the actual season with Aang turning into that weird water creature thing in the Avatar state and just gonna sweeping the Fire Nation people out of the city. You know what I'm saying if you watch the show. So that's kind of a really easy comparison to make. It's very similar to that. Lord Thalin Falor had immediate words with you all, and that Jill. If anybody knew what their dad was up to, Freemar was up to, Jill would know. Jill would have that information. Guess who shows up? God fucking damn Marvin. Telling you that they followed Jill and that shit is getting real. And according to Marvin, the High Squire was fine prior to this. Now it's not. And coming from the windows, there is a barrier of illusionary magic. And if you're actually in the street, you can't see through the windows. You have to be right up against them. But you all were cresting around the side of the building, got to see inside paladins, patrons, bartenders, servers, dead, all by magical means and a variety. One of you was caught. It was Ares. And you were teleported by this magic that this figure possesses, this purple and pink cackling lightning, like a smog cloud pouring from them, dancing with the lightning flames. They tore a literal crack in space-time and warped you into this room. And they sit at the bar, turned around looking at you with Jill next to them. And very briefly, the conversation you heard from the windows was not pleasant. Jill and Damodar, name the figure, because we know they are not friends in whatever conversation they were having. So the rest of you snuck around Marvin towards the kitchen. You were pressed in, you moved in, pass without trace, perfect. Undetected by any of these individuals that are in here. Ares, paralysis, this binds of the purple and pink light kind of erupted through you as soon as you teleport in. You're kind of able to talk at this point, but beyond that, the rest of your body being paralyzed. And now we come to Nereus. Nereus throws off a enemies abound. The actual particular character is going to fail that. Now, enemies abound, for those that don't know, this is essentially putting cannot distinguish friend from foe regarding all creatures you can see as enemies until the spell ends. And the spell will end in a minute long. So it lasts actually a significant amount of time. So Nereus is going to be concentrating this, and it's going to be outside of the window, kind of seeping in with the magic, and immediately you see this kind of snapping on. Now, I will say this, and I'm gonna put this blunt, because is there what exactly are you all going to do when this magic is cast? I want to reiterate that, because I think we kind of ended with that. This might happen, right? This is most likely going to happen really quick. So if you're attempting to go in there during this whole chaos, if you're attempting to get Ares, or if you're just going to hang back and just let the conversation happen, right?
Well, I think Ares, I'm just going to stand right there and do nothing.
Yeah, we know what Ares. We know what Ares
is indeed what you're going to do.
We know what Ares is doing, but we got to figure out
You had a,
what the
had a
rest
whole
of you
week
can
to
do
plan
here.
that out.
Yep. It worked perfectly, by the way.
I have a Tardan level idea, but I don't know if I want to do it.
Oh, God.
So top tier.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely to get Tardan killed, but it's fine.
At this
I feel like
point,
it'd be something that Tardan would do anyway.
yeah. I mean, Athos is definitely here to watch a conversation happen and doesn't
Yeah.
think charging in is going to get anything done. So he's going to stay put and probably try to encourage everyone else to stay put and quiet, at least for a moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I would just sneak up to this door here and just listen as close as I could.
Okay. So go ahead and do that. Roll perception when you're coming up and just listening. It sounds like none of you are going in here. Marvin's not going in. Marvin is actually going to be ducking behind the table a little bit here, taking cover, getting another stealth check out, just to be safe and certain as they're getting behind there and taking through 29. Jeez, Marvin. It's insanely high. So
I think-
perception, it's not much. You don't need a high roll here. Essentially, the tavern is quiet and all open to you, so you're able to hear the conversations happening. What's up, Sir Dougal?
I was going to say, I think Sir Dougal's going to, after, he's going to prepare a blitz into the dining area. If there is a, I'm trying not to be too inappropriate, right? Like too meta about it, right? If there's a commotion caused by the enemy's abound effect and attention is drawn away from this,
Okay.
Jill and Damodar focus of the room, which is probably where all the attention would have been before this enemy's abound moment, Sir Dougal is going to blitz into the room after Ares and Jill both.
Okay, so you're saying that I will go into initiatives if there's enough of a distraction made.
Right. I don't necessarily know how to quantify that for you, like enough of a distraction, but Sir Dougal knows it when he sees it.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get to this. We're gonna immediately get to this. I think everyone seems to be having their ideas, and so Harrison, what I want you to do for me is just tell me when it's enough, okay? Because
Okay,
there's
sure.
no real reason to roll initiatives for these individuals out here. It's just gonna be simply put. The one that's been enemies abound is gonna step forward. I also changed some of the walls so you can see through them, just FYI. So you have this one kind of stepping through this enemies abound. Immediately snaps this plague doctor-like mask in a blackish cloth robe, very plain. Stretches out the hand. Seems to be a humanoid hand. Again, these are diverse of size and things, but you can't really see their skin or whatnot. This individual has actually a darker complexion to their skin tone with a couple different rings on the actual things of gold and other gems and things. Stretches out the hand towards one of the other robed plague doctor-like mask individuals here and sends out what to you all is a disintegration ray.
My God.
Flings it out towards them.
Oh
As you
my
can
God.
see that this one is going to react, getting a successful save of a 19 on a dex, turns the head and sees them walking, approaching, stretches out the hand, fires it out, and this greenish beam as it sends outwards. The other one by the stairwell has to dive out of the way as well as the line penetrates through, hits into the side, bits and pieces of the wood of the actual wall just disappear, disintegrate, and ash and different debris. You can see immediately that this other one stretches out a hand and sidesteps looking towards them, tilting. But before that happens, Damodar at the bar counter turns, holding out the hand, begins to twist the hand very slightly. As you can see that this one that is kind of held begins to cackle with the purple and pink lightning as it begins to cackle around them. You see whatever magic that has been put upon them almost absorbed, focused and pulled out of them, leached. You can see the kind of pulling the different shrouds of these beams of shards that kind of just penetrate out of the body and then into the cackling lightning, funnel down through the floor, and then begin to pull it back into their hand. And as that happens, you see that Damodar closes the eyes just very briefly and breathes in. It's almost as if they've absorbed and empowered themselves with the magic that was just cast, ending the charm and ending the concentration. You can't see Ares from the windows. Damodar looks towards you, Ares. Oh, you have friends then.
No.
Let us not be enemies. I feel like this might be better if we're deciding we're going to be friends, yes? Let us treat ourselves as such.
I mean, if you're saying we're friends, then yeah, it seems like I have a lot of friends here.
Wow. I didn't see you back in Ethrin's lair. I imagine you're a new chosen one, yes? Did the old wizard come to you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know what I'm saying.
No.
Well,
Okay,
for those
If I'm
that
your friend,
are
though, can we let the
hiding
spell go?
and waiting, you're more than welcome to come out here and reveal yourselves. I can assure you, I don't mean any harm to you yet. Things we wish to. Oh, look at that! Turns and looks towards Tartan, who steps through the curtain. The one to your side slowly turns, raises the hand. No need for that, Mufaris. You! I remember you.
I make an impression, places that I go.
So, Daram Loin, why don't you make them a drink? Oh, yes? Oh. Pull the bottle of wine. It's cracking. Sit here. Points towards this chair here.
I can't
Patron's
move.
dead, slumped over in the chair. Of course you can't move. I'm not a fool. What are you? Haven't put quite my finger to it. Elf? That bow? Military? No? Yes.
He's nothing but a lowly commoner.
lowly commoner. Right. I can tell you right now that one would probably shoot 2 arrows through my head, given I'd let go of the paralysis. See, Sir Delarum comes and pours out the wine into a golden goblet, shakes the bottle, shaking it wildly. See his stamina caresses the hand, face palms a little bit. So Delarum, please act like you're good at your job. I understand that this has been very difficult and tragic for you. Pours it outwards, finishes, begins to wipe down with the white cloth and picking up the wine. Throws the white cloth underneath and steps back. Is that good? Did I good? Did wonderful, said Delarum. This will be over soon. Trust me. What is your name? Looks towards you, Tartan.
I am Tartan Salangale, and you are Damodar, correct?
That is what I am called, yes.
And where did you get this power of yours? Find it intriguing.
Every
at the
question
least.
to the questions of where I got this power. My question to you, before I answer anything else, is very simple, and it's very quaint. And it's all happens to take place in this very city. You see, Tardan, I'm looking for an individual named Thurin Oakham. And according to Jill here, who father seemed to fail in providing me this individual, and a map that goes along with it. I have reason to believe that now that you've showed up, that perhaps that the chosen ones, who are always drawn to the chaos that throws itself into the universe, might have something to do with it. Am I right, Tardan? Do you have something to do with this? Maybe perhaps the death of her father? Begins to cry. Oh, shut up. God, your tears are weak. Here.
Do I?
Pulls out a handkerchief, throws it out. Clean yourself up.
Do I look like I am a killer? That would be his hand, and I'm going to point towards Ares that dispatched her father.
Oh. Slides the chair around. So you're the one who killed Fremar.
I don't know.
You don't know.
There's been a lot of killing tonight of
Yes.
various people and things, as you can well see here in the tavern. I would assume by you and the other people with you.
Yes, well, it wouldn't have happened this way if it hadn't been for the righteousness of these paladins to come after me after I'm having a very innocent conversation in the seclusion of my drink and chill. But alas, it has happened, and it was necessary. The deaths will not be in vain if you give me the information I seek. Now, you don't have a particular staff in your possession, do you?
What staff?
Tardan, please tell me. Silent Gale,
That
is
staff
that...
no longer exists.
Oh, it doesn't. I'd imagine someone such as you, family Sillingal, of perhaps, if it's the right family, then wouldn't that be... It's been a long time since I've been in Elion, but family runs deep, doesn't it?
That it does. But you said one question, and now you're asking about the staff, so where's the answer to my question about your power?
This is not how this game is going to be played. It is not you answer a question and then I answer a question. That's not how this will be played. How it will be done is that your friend here. What's your name? Points towards you, Ares.
Ares?
Ares. Ares will get to live. They will have breath in their lungs, and they will be full of life. If you answer my simple questions about this city, nothing else. I will not ask a question about your quest, or if you've seen the old wizard lately, or if you have in your possession something that would be, well, very, very important. What I tend to do. No. We'll hold those questions. Those are not necessary to ask. Because I respect you, chosen one. And I understand their pull and, well, I understand you are merely misguided. So, I can see that you don't know what I'm speaking about when I say Thurin Okan. However, the mention of the staff you decided to speak, so do tell. You don't have it in your possession anymore. Where did it go?
Back to its rightful place in the world.
Coming from you, that wouldn't be in the hands of a Kristoff, would it?
No, that would not be in the hands of Kristoff. Can't believe he betrayed me as he did, but no, it is back with Matt.
Back with Matt. I would like to understand what Matt is. Can you enlighten me?
From my understanding, it's the avatar of Pelor.
The tree.
That is correct.
Well, let me tell you, is Kristoff still on this plane?
No.
Well, then.
He's definitely one that I killed tonight.
Oh, so you killed Kristoff.
Yeah. Tard, keep your mouth shut. Don't give up anything.
I would be very careful then, Tardan, said McGraw, that the Black Hand does not come after you now, especially if you've, well, gotten rid of the staff. Something that they hold very near and dear. The Black Hand are in my employment, if you will say so. Of course, they are full of their own nefarious ideologies. It works greatly in my favor to have paladins fighting against each other, doesn't it? So you don't know where Thurnokant is, but you are quite a good liar. And that I cannot tell if you know of a map. Will you help me with that one?
I can confidently say that I have seen no map.
Roll deception. All right, Tardan. So I'll take you at your word, as you will take me at mine. Your pursuance on this prophecy will only meet your death. Magello does not care about you, does not care about what you will do. In fact, that old kook made this prophecy simply because they have to. And you all are caught up in it, like little rats in some sort of cage, chewing on the mouse wheel of cheese, hoping that somehow it'll continue. Never end. Speak from
Do I
experience.
believe him?
Roll and type. Still at 18 though, because we got to keep in. You believe them. In fact, much of what they have spoken about is completely truthful. They have not had any tell ethos that would tell you, any tick or any sort of fumbling with the wine that they're drinking, anything that they're referencing towards Jill. All of the mannerisms they have are completely truthful and also very, very confident. It's a very confident individual that what they're saying and what they're doing is completely backed up. Tarn, I have lived it. And you only go mad.
Would you allow me to ask you one question then, just so I have an understanding of your experience?
Perhaps. You seem to be truthful with me.
There was a vision in which we encountered Sindar Elena, I think that's how it's pronounced, with a little boy. This seemed to have been in the past. Was this you? Were you one of the past chosen ones before your rise to this power?
Those are two questions. That's not one question.
I guess my question is, were you the little boy
Was I the little boy?
that was with Sindar Elena on the beach as she fled from Talthar Paladins in this vision?
The answer to you is I'm no longer. For the rest of your party that lies in wait, if you do happen to find Thurnokant or a map, you'll do best to me. So I make this final announcement for the sake of your friend's life and of Jill's. As Jill's father made a very crucial arrangement with me. Isn't that right, Jill? Well, her brother, Fremar's son, is being held captive. So perhaps I don't kill them. And perhaps you continue to do what chosen ones do, and you'll find this map, and you'll find Third Okan. And I will spare Jill's brother's life. Or we agreed, Tardan. Family settled.
There is no reason any innocents need perish.
Before I go, you're nice with words. Also a very good liar. You ever feel like you don't want to be a pawn for Magello or for some prophecy? I could use you. There's many that wish to abandon the control that Tau Thars possess. You'd be very influential. Think about it. You don't need to answer now. Jill, it's been real. See, holding out a hand, begins a coin, begins to form in the palm of their hand. Damonar sets it down toward the bar counter, slides it towards you, Tardan. All
What is
you
this?
need to do is to lay a humble kiss upon it. And I will know where you are, and I will come to you. If you find the map, if you find Thurn Oakand, or perhaps you decide that you have had enough of this promise. And for the rest of you, I do hope you understand what is at stake. Isn't that right, Jill? Pats on the back, steps up. Let us go. Slowly begins to crest the hand as this purple and pink lightning begins to pass out of them, a black cloud as it flows. You see the actual cloaked figures of the Plague Doctor-like mass teleporting themselves away, showing the actual capabilities of their magic, that they can possess the spells of teleport, and that each one begins to teleport one after another out of this space. Then lastly, you see is Damonar, the cloud swallowing around them, this tear in space-time, and they clench the fist, close the eyes, almost as if they're being some sort of state of being. They just teleport away. Jill left there, shaking upon that happening. Paralysis ends, Ares. Gain control. Jill shaking violently, bar counter, crying and sobbing. So Delrim taking a step back, looking left and right. The guard, the guard, the guard! Just passes forward, begins to run past you, Ares, and begins to essentially go for the exit here to yell outwards for help.
Once the paralysis is off, you see Ares, who best described has probably been in a sweat, comes to a knee and grasp once again the necklace around his neck, and tears start to form and run down his cheek.
Ares, are you okay over there?
Nothing.
And Jill, what about you? Are you okay? How are you feeling?
Dad's dead. And my brother's most likely gone too. I have nothing left.
Well, you're
Let us
right and
perhaps-
wrong.
Well, he seemed rather unpleasant. So, is anyone going to tell me what in the hell is going on around here? Wizards and prophecies and old men and chosen ones and just what have you all gotten your fingers into?
That is a very, very long answer. To put it plainly,
Here.
we are expected to end the chaos here in Arthuria, or the world. I have no
End?
idea how. Mhm.
End the chaos. That is a very vague task to be set upon. They're like,
Welcome to my life, dude.
you've been tasked to fill the sky with air. Interesting. And who has
The
put you
best-
upon this path?
I guess Magello. These stones, and I'm gonna hold my necklace back up, out from my shirt, seem to tie all of us to the prophecy and to each other, as well as to dragons.
Dragons. You mentioned you had fought a dragon. You intend to fight more dragons.
We more than likely have to, seeing as how the last one kind of sought us out. Be a shame if
Damn.
another one sought us out in town.
See, the stones bind you to dragons. How does that work?
We haven't really figured that out. I know that when I channeled my energy and my thoughts into it, I was connected to the dragon that died recently. And I could talk. I actually got teleported to his lair in a weird... It's where I met Damodar. It's a whole thing. So it's likely
Sounds
something to do with the stone and the person. You have one. That looks very, very similar, by the way.
You mean my ring?
Yes. Maybe
Athos
take it in
will-
your...
Take it off, set it on the counter, pull out some chalk and some notes, and begin to scribble on the bar. Draw a triangle, the eye to the north, scroll to the west, key to the east, and he will begin to ritually cast Identify on the ring, the gem specifically.
Okay. Take 10 minutes or so to use Identify, but you're working through it.
Jill, as for your brother, if it can be done, we will get him back. If I have to trade.
It can be done. You don't understand. It's all right. I don't expect you to. Honestly, don't understand myself. My father loosely spoke to me this night. Well, must be the morning now. And told, kissed me on the forehead, said that it would be all over. And that brother was going to come home. I thought that they were simply away to marry her. I thought they were working for a family or a house or something. Making coin to get us out of. The reason why we had to come here. Used to live in Melandar. My father's talented scribe. Palace of Mirren. Now we ended up here. I don't think anything that you can do will change anything. I don't think that there is something that you all are capable of doing. You see, I sat here, and I came because I wanted to plead. For I had figured out that where my father was, from people that had observed going towards the crypt and then the undead coming, I didn't think I knew. Then I must have always known. I just didn't want to face it. So I came to an individual that told me that I could spare my father's life and my brother's life, and I would be able to answer just a few simple questions, and it would all be back to the way it was. So we came here, and I watched as that paladin there, loyal to Valor and to the throne, did not like the way that the words were spoken. As soon as that happened, figures teleported into the room. Those masks, those robes. But Damodar did not need any of them. Damodar could kill everyone in this room with just a flick of the fingers. There was power that they possess that is unrivaled, unmatched. Killing started, I closed my eyes, and all I could see from the shadows of my eyelids was cresting of different lights from the magic they were throwing, they were using. Any attempts to fight back were met in death. So Delram pleaded, and the fighting stopped, but they were the only ones left alive. I suppose that's why the cooks were left. They ran. Damodar did not fear for guard or soldiers or any of the Lord's forces to come to aid. Just did not care. Their eyes were set on exactly what they told you, looks towards Tartan. Though an oak hand and a map. Something apparently my father was doing. Was trying to pick up the pieces of where Gular left off. Gular was my father's brother.
Fills in a lot of missing pieces.
Are you saying that symbolically, or
Symbolically,
they were?
no. My father's name is Fremar Baloo, brother, younger to Gular Baloo. Gular trained in Glenlaw as a mage there, along with my brother. They studied and trained together. They were only a couple years apart. I grew up with Gular. Of course, their magic and their prowess and delegation and governance was far out than my father's. They went on to better and brighter things. We hadn't heard from them in dozens of years, besides the occasional letter sent by messenger wishing me a happy birthday, or my brother and I a happy birthday, just asking what has been happening. So when Damodar appeared inside of our house in Melandar and told that our brother, my brother, was taken and would be used as collateral if Gular was not successful. My father had little choice upon hearing the fact that his brother was executed.
Wasn't Luhar executed decades ago? Wouldn't that make you well into your 40s or 50s?
Ular was executed only 7 years ago.
I also had a sense that it was a long time ago. Your uncle, we we looked in your uncle's tomb and found no body. Would that surprise you to hear?
Surprised me. Of what? My uncle's body is missing.
Or that it was never in there?
I'd imagine it was just some sort of part of the plot or the ploy my father was conducting.
No birthday card. I mean, to say that you haven't heard from him, he hasn't contacted you.
Hasn't contacted me. Are you talking about
Your dead uncle, yeah.
my dead uncle? They haven't contacted us in years.
Can I see, can I, um, can I see any indication that she is lying?
You roll insight.
No? Okay.
8. Based on what you're observing, that they seem to be in trauma state, distressed, and it's difficult to read if they're being truthful or lying. It's
Were
very-
you,
Yeah, out of character, real quick. I just want to say it's really common for individuals that have gone through traumatic experiences to be completely thrown off with time and dates, and especially with events.
how familiar are you with the, with this name, um, of the map carrier?
What do you mean, the map carrier?
I was behind the curtain. Maybe I didn't hear it so well. But I heard Damodar speaking about a name I hadn't heard yet. Is it a name that you had recognized?
No.
Tardan, did you catch that name?
I know that yeah. Thurn Oakhand. I'm gonna look at Marvin while this entire conversation's going down, and I want to see if Marvin is reacting to anything.
Marvin
Since he
is
entered the
looking towards the door and looking back towards you, essentially counting the seconds to guards walking in here. But beyond that, it's just kind of listening to the story.
Thurin Oakhand. Had you heard that name before? Is that a name with a father like yours and an uncle like yours?
I've never heard of that name before.
Never heard that name.
Never.
Had you ever met this character before, Damodar?
No. I've not.
Well, I think you should know that you are you are you are correct to be grieving. Your father is definitely dead.
Really? Are you serious? Perhaps you should be some sort of grievance counsel or something. Quite good at it.
I just
He is
didn't
rather
want you to.
fluffy.
Yes,
I don't want to
I
have
am.
the impression that my father is gone. Well, of course I know my father is dead. Why would this individual be here if not for the fact that my father has failed and that my brother is assuredly lost? There is nothing else I could do about it. Besides, try to find Thurin Oakhand and a map.
I just didn't want you to think that that means you have nothing left.
– Your brother is still alive.
For
Damn
now.
Even if he isn't, um, your life is
Are you
something you have.
really going
And
to explain to me how much I have in my life, and you've never walked 1 foot in my shoes? We have met
right.
only a handful of times at a fucking tavern, and you're going to tell me you know my life?
No.
Wow.
Not that you have something in your
My
life.
brother is dead. If Thurin Oakhand and a map are not brought to Damodar, that is clear. There's no use for my brother's life if they are not found and put into their possession. Going home. I'm going back to work, and I'm going to act like none of this happened, and I'm going to get out of here before the guard come. I would hope that you all do the same. Because if Lord Downfalor knows that this has happened in this way, then my brother's fate is sealed.
Wait, but Damodar wouldn't fear Lord Valenflor, right?
That's not correct. Lord Downfalor is extremely powerful. Damodar might not fear them, but I'm sure that they fear their actions. What they're going to do. My uncle was the last arcane magistrate. They executed them because they were trying to find this. Don't think that Lord Downfalor doesn't know who Thurin Oakhand is, nor what this map is.
At this point, Ares is going to turn around and give her the biggest stink eye ever and say, what you fail to understand is this is bigger than you, your father, your uncle, your brother, and your pettiness is getting in the way of stopping all this from happening to everybody else in the town. And then, I don't even know how I got us teleported in, so I'm just going to see the first door that I see, and I'm going to walk through the door.
Go to the bathroom.
It's a water closet.
Shit!
It's a
I'll
bathroom.
turn around and walk back out. And, which way's out?
That's great.
Tardan's just gonna point towards this. Help you out a little bit.
Oh my god, I'm moving into walls, I guess. Sorry. Here we go. And I will walk out.
All right. So you walk out, you get towards the street. You can actually hear at this point, Ares, as you walk out, you can hear the sounds of whistles, essentially card whistles, and you can hear hoofbeats upon the cobbled road. And again, we're in the dead of night. We're in the morning, so there's just nothing besides the slow snowfall just collecting on the streets occurring, coldness of the wind, and you can hear the sounds of the hoofbeats. Jill stands up, moves around the bar counter, and is headed for the back door to get out. If you need me or have any more questions, I'll be at the tavern tomorrow, working as usual. Turns around, continues to walk out. That was not great. I could have gone a lot better, but it's okay.
Yeah, we're all alive.
That is true. We are alive, but I best be going.
Mm,
Apologize for interfering, and I do hope that if you need me, you'll light the Bozai lantern, and I will come to your rooms. Do not make your way to the Rudikar. The Lord is watching you. For sure now.
Marvin,
Stay
dear,
here.
before you leave,
What?
you know everyone in this city. Who is this Thorin Oakhand?
I don't know who Duranokent is. I don't know. Not
It's your
someone I know.
business to know people.
Of course, I know everyone in the city, and I've never heard of Duranokent. That in itself is evidence enough that they are someone that's most likely been buried and dead for long, long ago.
Fair enough.
Just walks out, disappears. You're left alone. A tavern full of dead people.
well, it's time to go through their pockets and look for loose change.
I wouldn't recommend having your hand in their pockets when the goats get here.
I'm just kidding. Let's get out of
I-
here before we get pinched.
Oh, I was gonna say, I suppose that we should tell them at least some sort of story about what happened here.
Who's them?
Well, the bartender went to go get the guards, right? So presumably they kind of know what happened, at least in some panicked recount of what it was.
Yeah, but
Which
if you
also
actually
means that they're
recall,
gonna-
Sir Delram doesn't know who you are.
Oh
That's
yeah,
true.
we haven't been.
You've never.
he knows
He
what we
can
look
see
like.
most of us.
Well, of course, knows what you look like, but doesn't know who you are. I mean, you're not citizens of Atheba, and
He doesn't know what I look like.
exactly. There's only only Tardan. It was you and Ares. It's only Sir Delram actually
Yeah.
seen. So, and you both never.
And
actually
Ares
came
is
in.
gone.
And you both never came into the High Square. The only two people who came into the High Square before was Nereus and
And
Hark.
Harak.
That's
That's
right.
true.
So Sir Delram's never seen you two before, or interacted, or talked with you.
I'm assuming Athos has been trying to wrap up this ritual, but if the guards aren't here when he's done, then we
Yeah,
should
I
probably
mean,
go.
I was just assuming that you're wrapping up the ritual as we conclude the conversation. So,
Yeah.
going through the identification, which takes roughly 10 minutes to the ritual casting, you have found that this particular object is immune to divination magic.
Oh, of course
Oh shit!
As you attempt to look through and understand its properties, you can't. Every time there's a barrier, there's a block. Through your clairvoyance and understanding it, the one thing that you can get from it is that obviously it's immune to divination magic, which tells you because you're not successful. But the other thing is that it shrouds the person who possesses it in a similar like effect, suggesting that whoever has possessions of the stone is actually somewhat immune to divination.
That's nice. Well,
To
even when you
you-
don't learn anything, you learn something.
Exactly. To you and your passive arcana, the only reason why something would be immune to divination or shrouded from divination is that it's attempting to be hid and does not want to be found by magic.
Mystery wrapped in another. Shall we go then before we have to explain all of this? I think we got as much as we're going to get from this place.
Yeah, we should probably go out the front door like Ares did, though, so that way we can grab him. He seemed a little upset.
Honestly, I think Athos is going to go out the back door.
is. Yeah, I was going the
There's
same way.
guards coming. I'll catch up.
The only thing worse than being seen walking out the front door is being seen walking out the back door.
True.
Nobody's on.
Jesus.
It's higher than Marvin rolled. That's good.
I was gonna say
DC was
his-
35.
His passive with Pass Without a Trace is 30. Jesus.
Yeah. You actually don't need to roll necessarily because passive perceptions never reach that high.
You can get it to like a 25.
No, passive perceptions, if someone's passively perceiving you, would not actually reach a 30. Does that make sense? So, like, you could technically not roll and you would never be perceived passively. Unless the creature has some sort of means of perception that go beyond commonality.
So to the Stormy Inn, right? Where we paid for all the rooms.
Is that the Stormy Inn? Yeah. Back to the rooms.
Back to the rooms.
Back to.
Okay.
Pardon did put the coin in his pocket, by the way.
Did Ares notice that?
I mean, I didn't try to be sneaky about it.
All right, bringing you back onto this map again. You don't have a whole lot of individuals. You see that the actual bodies inside of here have been cleared out. They've been put on carts and wagons and things and hauled off. It looks like long ago, given the fact that there's been a whole slew of time that you've had to actually get there, through the interaction, sneak right, come back. It's been an hour or so, and they move quite quickly here. You can understand from the window of some of the windows of the actual tavern on the north side that begin to clear out. The barricades and the furnishings have been removed. Actually, Brendan is currently drunk in there, singing loudly and hauling around a bottle of whiskey as they're moving the furnishings back in place. I don't give a fuck anymore. It's like downing. And they're getting drunk. They said they were going to get drunk, and they're getting drunk, smashing it out until they crash out. So. But they were kind of working at the same time, which is very interesting.
Without saying a word, Ares is just going to come over here and go straight into the bar.
Oh, what's up? Oh, wow, you're back. You want some?
Let's go.
All right, here we go.
And I'll pull up a seat of the bar.
Take it. Oh, yeah. There you go. You want a cup?
Keep it coming.
Keep it coming. Oh, I'll keep it coming. Don't worry about that. Stumbles and rolls over the bar cap. Lands on the ground, picks himself up. Woo! Landed it. All right. Grabs a cup, slides it down. I'll get another bottle. Be right back. You're much crashing in the kitchen. Cellar doors open. And a stumble downwards. Waiting there for 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Eventually, noise erupts. You see Brendan reappearing. Cuts and lacerations on their wrists and their cheek. Oh, I fell. No worries. I got a fresh bottle, though. And that beautiful uncorks it.
I'm just not downing them, but drinking them pretty quickly.
All right. Look like you've
As long
been
as
through
I
some
keep 'em coming.
shit.
You don't even know.
Know what I know? I feel like I know a lot of things right now.
Sure, you feel like that, but you don't even know what I've been through.
All
The
right, well,
memories it's brought up.
drink. We don't have ever been through, and the memories that's been brought up.
Let's
Bury
drink.
it. Yep. Downing the bottle. They're filling you, sending out a bottle on your side, continues to refill you as you continue to get drunk, drinking to your heart's content, all free of charge. Brendan's completely smashed. So the crowd's again from this whole event and turmoil, right? The streets are completely clear. Right, there's nobody around. Guard themselves, most likely getting to burn the bodies of some undead creatures, sleeping themselves, healing their own wounds. So the streets themselves are kind of on curfew, if you will. But it hasn't been officially declared by any means. And you come back, you see Stormy into your south side. Notice from the windows looking in, see the lights of the actual lanterns of the lamps are still on. Candles are still lit, but there's no one inside of the common chamber, suggesting that Strella has actually gone to bed themselves. It's very, very common. So what else is everyone doing here? Watching your friend Ares at this stage, companion, friend, drinking themselves with a drunkard of a tavern keeper. You joining? Heading into the inn? What do you do?
I'll pop my head in quickly. I'm not gonna get.
Hey!
Oh my god!
How you doing?
How many deep? That's.
How many
Do
deep?
you wanna? Yeah. Do you want to?
Do I want to what?
Would you
Drink
like?
more?
Would you like
That's right, I
company?
do. Yeah. Company? Yeah! Get a chair!
No.
Any chair. Here, I'll help.
Definitely not. No.
Hits the ground from rolling up. Broke the stool. Damn. All right, here's another one. Throws the pieces of wood down the small staircase. All right, maybe we'll walk around. See you in a bit.
Sir Dougal, you're more than welcome to join. I can't guarantee I'll be good company though.
Come on, join us. Pours out a whiskey into a cup.
Let me just tie up my horse. I'm gonna pop my head
Horse.
out and tell those two to go in without me, and I'm gonna make sure that Ares, wakes up tomorrow.
Let Brendan know that we have all the rooms over here, so he probably shouldn't walk home.
I will mention it.
I'll give you a thumbs up.
Mr. Dougal, as you come back, your whiskey poured into a small metal tankard, essentially halfway filled. It's a pint. It's filled all the way half with whiskey. The bottle's pretty much drained from pouring Ares multiple different drinks. You see smoke begins to billow into the actual tavern from the kitchen from both of the actual ways. Turns around and smells. Oh, fuck. I was making bread. Hold on. Runs back into the kitchen. A bunch of just kind of things being thrown about, destruction. Eventually, the smoke kind of subsides. And back entrance opened up, and things are thrown out there. Comes running back, stumbling and hitting at objects, sweating profusely. Whew, that bread's gone. Fuck, burned it. Cheers! Yeah, put the past where it belongs.
To those we've lost,
For
past and present.
Those who've lost, past, future, and present. Why don't you drink it? Looks towards you, Sir Duke.
Oh, I'm drinking.
I will, for the first 4 rounds, I will keep pace.
Good. All right. So as you all now enjoy yourself with wise, Brendan's drunk and eventually comes to drinking easily 6 to 7 shots of whiskey in addition to what they've already drank, and they just fumble and pass out to the ground. So they completely just fall down and hit into the ground, just lay there.
Well,
I lean over the bar and I say, "The kitchen's on fire."
is he still alive?
Still alive, breathing very slowly.
Yeah, he's all right. He'll be fine in
Whiskey
12
bottle.
hours.
Whiskey bottle nearby them hasn't broken. The remnants of liquid dripping out. The smoke itself has stopped at this point. It's simply just the bread that caught and that was thrown out of the actual tavern.
There's a lot of dead paladins.
A lot of death tonight in general. It's never a fun thing to have to take a life, whether it's been earned or not. It's something I take very seriously.
You think they would be if they had the choice, do you think that they would have chosen to serve if they knew that that would be their death?
Don't think you. I don't think you choose to serve knowing that it's a life and death decision. You choose to serve for a higher reason or purpose, whether it be uh, love of fellow man and wanting to keep them safe, or I guess fellow humanoids wanting to keep them safe. Whether it be love for your house or your country or your continent or your kingdom. Uh, you know, at a certain point that when you sign up to serve, whatever it may be, that death is a possibility, but you're signing up for a higher reason. And I think you well know that, Sir Dougal, from where you come from and your position in the court.
I guess my question was, do you think they did? I hope that they do. I agree with your explanation. I agree with your description of the reasons we dedicate our lives, but sometimes I wonder about the senselessness of certain of some killing. I don't.
I understand what you're saying, and that's fair. I will tell you that tonight was when all of a sudden I found myself teleported inside, paralyzed. That was the second time in my life where I knew and mentally began to prepare myself to die.
He
And
does. Yeah.
although I'm thankful for Tarden coming in with his silver tongue, I do think we gave up some information that we shouldn't have. And this brought up a lot of bad memories for me of the first time that I prepared myself to die.
I just don't know if this. It feels like we're overmatched, doesn't it?
I mean, I've seen everything that we can do. You can turn into a bear and fight. Tarden, I'll come back to him.
I mean to say, with a foe like this,
Oh,
maybe I shouldn't call him a foe yet, but with a potential foe like this, I hold out such little hope for our success. I'm happy to throw my life down if that's what my duty demands, but I'd rather be successful. You know, I'd rather survive. I don't want it to come to that.
I think all of us would rather survive. Remember, though, I learned this through my many years of service. Sometimes winning the war, you lose a few battles. Sometimes winning the war, you don't necessarily have to physically defeat your adversary. You have to outthink and outmaneuver your adversary. And I think in this case, you're right. I don't think heads up. I mean, you saw what they did to each other in there with that ray that came out of the guy's hands. And I mean, like, and he just quickly got rid of whatever, I'm assuming Nereus had a part in this, whatever spell he had on him. We will never win heads up. But what we can do is beat him to what he truly wants and what he's truly looking for. Stop him from getting it, and maybe stop him from trying to gain what he's trying to gain. And we defeat him another way. Instead of trying to defeat him like we have everything else. Sometimes the hammer is not the approach to use.
I had never spent much time practicing or studying the arcane. I wonder, though, if these stones that we all privately share, I wonder if there isn't some connection, and I don't mean to each other necessarily, to him. Have you spent any time with yours?
When we first met, I told you this stone isn't necessarily mine. This was my leader's stone. And when everything happened, he gave it to me and made me promise to take it back to his family. The problem is, being the only one that made it out, let's just say that I'm ashamed. And you can start seeing emotions and tears forming. I'm ashamed. Take this back to his family and tell them what a good person and hero, their husband, their father, my friend, my mentor was, and how I was the one that he gave his life to save. And I'm the only survivor because I didn't stay and fight too. And at that point, Ares will finish his drink and get up and walk to the door quickly, emotionally, and walk across the street to the inn and stumble into his room.
Okay.
Opportunity attack.
I'm sorry?
Opportunity attack.
Yeah, thanks.
I figured you two were in your rooms at this point.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was kind of surprised when I opened the door and they're standing right there waiting to ambush me.
They're holding cups to the door.
I also want to laugh. Just take a moment here, Ares. You see, you walked into the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know where anything was, so I figured the thing that Ares would do is try to find the closest door. So
I just have to ask. So
made a dramatic exit into the bathroom.
So Tartan Ethos, are you taking the master suites?
Yeah, probably. I was gonna grab Tartan and ask him if I could finally get that story because I still don't know what the hell is going on.
Okay. I'm gonna put you into one of the master suites. I think at this point, so y'all can have that conversation. And then Ares, I'm gonna put you in a merchant room, so where you stumble in.
Okay.
And Tartan is currently dying from coughing, I think. So I don't know if he's capable of...
Yeah, sorry. I'm back.
No, you're good.
I'm trying not to die.
Yeah, you started coughing, and I was like, hey, I would grab him and have a conversation.
Yeah. So I would definitely tell you the story willingly. So Tardan's rundown of it is going to be: we were on a boat called the Straker off the northern coast when we were attacked by a kraken and a red worm. It attacked our sister ship first, which allowed us to get away. Upon getting away, we made it to High Rock. In High Rock, we had to deal with some dwarfs. Made a deal, turned over the Duke. That's where that mention came from of us indirectly killing the Duke. Got attacked by Ithrin, who's a white dragon. Met some frost giants. No idea what happened to the frost giants. They were kind of mad at us when we left. Hope they're okay. Who knows? Fought Ithrin, told Ithrin to leave, and be free. Ithrin left, later contacted Ithrin via the stone, and found Ithrin in his final moments, their final moments, whatever they are. After we fought Ithrin, Damodar showed up along with Magello, filled us in a little bit more on this prophecy. Then we ended up on Othema, and from Othema he knows most of the story.
I believe you, but only because it's incredibly difficult to lie to me, which makes me worry for your sanity a bit.
Oh, don't worry. If there was anybody in this party that could lie to you, it would be me.
You tried to free a white dragon you were fighting.
I was going through a bit of a rebellious phase when I left home. I thought, it sounded like a good idea at the time.
At least it didn't come back to bite you, literally.
Well, about that, there was a detail I left out. Ithrin had an egg. Don't know what happened to that egg. So it could still bite me.
Well, something to look forward to, then.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about the egg.
The stones bind you to these dragons, you said.
Yeah, so both of the times that... Actually, maybe it was 3 times that I kind of spoke to Ithrin. I had channeled my stone. The 2 vivid times were... after Ithrin attacked us and the stone kind of protected me, I channeled the stone to see what was going on. And then got warped to Ithrin's lair, which is where I first met Damodar. And then the other time was after we got to Othema, and we had told people that we had dealt with, was the term that I was using, the white dragon. I decided to channel it again to see if I could connect back to Ithrin and see what was going on, just to make sure that, we really had dealt with him. And that's when I learned that the frost giants had hunted him down and knocked him out of the sky, and he was essentially on his last breath.
So you channeled it, right? You focused on it.
Yes, so I don't know what you know about elves, but we don't sleep like most other races. We more meditate. So for me, while in meditation and I was in that trance, I was focusing on the stone itself. Likely for you, if you were to go to sleep with it and holding it in your hand and your parting thoughts were on it, I assume something could happen
at this
to you.
point that I realized we never really did a character introduction because it was like in the middle of some shit. So
That's true.
Athos will drop his hood and his pointy ears will kind of illustrate that you just explained being an elf to an elf.
Out of character explaining.
Yeah, if you want to go through your character description, I realized we did go through it. But go through your pronouns, and then if you want to go through your character
yeah, I mean, just real quick. He's him. He is a very pale-skinned elf with interesting eyes. He's got like black pitch black sclera, but then sort of glowing light blue pupils. So you don't really notice those unless he's looking directly at you, and then like they sort of light up. Otherwise, it would just look like he has sort of dark, shadowy eyes. He wears a lot of dark clothing, obviously a dark hood, black breastplate over simple leathers and things. On his breastplate, you see some very subtle star motifs here and there. He carries a rapier and a shield. On the shield, there is a hybrid symbol that is sort of like a lunar eclipse with eyes and 6 stars around the circumference. Jet black hair. And yeah, that's basically him.
Okay.
Anyway, so having had you explain that, I think he's just going to sit down right there and take off the ring again and try and focus very intently on it and see what exactly you're talking about, because he's both fascinated and confused and curious.
You're going to focus on it, concentrating. Please make a wisdom saving throw. 14. Begin to try to focus on it, feel some sort of connection, but it's been described to you by Tard, and you don't feel anything coming from it in the sense of what they've described. But strangely enough, the longer you stare at it, the longer that you concentrate, there's a warmth and there's a feeling that is trying to take over a little bit, but there's resistance. A sense that perhaps that there's some communication or something, but whatever it is on the other side does not want it.
Fascinating. I'm not sure mine works the same way that yours does.
Well, I suppose not all dragons are the same either.
It does seem like something is there, but I could not get through. Perhaps another time. So this, you've mentioned so many people. You met the rather unfriendly figure in the bar. That was Damodar.
Correct.
Would Athos have any sort of an insight into the type of magic that Damodar was wielding based on Arcana or history or something?
You make an Arcana check if you'd like. 25. The type of magic that you saw them using was not a school of magic that you have witnessed before, nor was it any sort of arcane manifestation that you have witnessed before. Combining perhaps your intelligence information as well as your Arcana check, you have seen referencing of this type of magic as referred to as chaos. Essentially, it might be the fuel or what arcane kind of harnesses in the air. You talk about natural magic, but they pull from plants and wildlife to pull into natural magic, or divine, since chaos essentially bestowed individuals from a domain. You've never actually seen someone wield it in this manifestation. You could speculate that maybe it's a deity, this level of power, that's able to essentially use chaos in that way. What stands out to you is that they absorbed it. They essentially absorbed magic, which is, to you, I would be otherworldly. Something of either a deity or something, some cosmic being, and to have that be in some individual of a humanoid figure would probably be, to your character, insane. It would be absolutely insane to think about.
Right. So he was an interesting one. The power that he wields, it's incredible and strange. And you mentioned this prophecy. You said you were meant to end the chaos. That was a very specific wording. At the time, I thought it was vague and stupid. That is how it was described to you?
That is how it was told to us, and it has apparently been... So the Chosen Ones themselves have apparently been repeating story. However, most of it is just story, less factual.
I don't fully understand what he was doing. Whatever it is, it's not arcane, it is not of nature, and it is nothing divine. If I had to put a word on the source of that power, it is chaos.
The source of his power is chaos. And now Tardan's gonna look at you like you're an idiot because Tardan's brain is just fried after this whole ordeal.
That's a fair reaction. The other thing that struck me, he prattled on a bit about this Magello character. I assume is the old wizard you mentioned that appeared at some point that you thought had put you on this path?
Yes, so to clarify, when we got to the Frost Giants, they mentioned that they were part of Nimsong. Nimsong was a pact that Magello, I assume Magello, had described him to a T. Never did get the answer to that. I don't have a lot of answers. I have a lot of
I'm learning.
maybes and possibles.
Well, sometimes what you don't know is a revelation in and of itself. Regardless, he obviously has some disdain for this character, but again, it's difficult to lie to me, and he spoke truthfully, at least in so much as that any person's point of view is truth to themselves, about how Magello doesn't care what we do or if we survive, and that he's just going through some sort of machinations because he has no choice. What do you, based on your encounter with this person whom I've never met, do his intentions seem noble? Does he seem forthright?
His intentions seem planned. When we
Suppose it
interacted
is.
with him, he pulled out a notebook, a small pocket book, and consulted it, almost as if he was reading a story about us, more so than surprised by our questions or was present in the moment.
Interesting. I don't much like the implications of being a plaything in someone's plots. I'm fascinated by the complexity and sheer lunacy of much of what seems to have transpired, and that now I am apparently somehow attached to it in some way that remains yet to be unseen.
Welcome to my life, sir. I figure I'm going to go along with it as long as it suits me, and until it no longer suits me, Magello can come have that conversation with me himself.
Well, if it is he who has put us on this presumed path, I suppose we will likely run into him again. I don't see how we could not.
Well, if he
Yes,
is... Go ahead.
We will also likely run into this other figure again as well. That I do not know that will end well.
I do not believe Damodar wishes to kill us. Otherwise, we would be dead. That said, this person that he's looking for, Thurin, is their life or their knowledge worth the life of Jill's brother? I also do not know. I managed to hide the...
child of necromancers.
We managed to hide the map from him for now. That's...
Although
I
the
call
one with
that
the
a
map
win.
is getting drunk across the street, so don't know how long it's going to stay hidden. But
Well, that was quite fortunate that he didn't ask the one that is getting drunk across the street about it. Or any of them. really. Do not suppose we would have had quite the ending there if he did.
I do not know. You are meant to stop him. You are a surprisingly, counter to expectations, capable group of individuals. I do not know that.
Wait, please make an intelligence check for me, please.
After that statement, that's an automatic fail.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
The character just lost 2 intelligence
Sorry.
points.
Continue. Sorry.
That's great. No, it's I do not know what any of us are capable of doing in the face of such raw potential. That is beyond this world. If a deity level grasp of the universe, it's beyond anything that we tinker with on this plane of existence.
He and Magello were able to go toe to toe, so he is not alone in this level of power amongst mortal-ish people, I guess is the best way to term that. Seeing as how the Frost Giants mentioned that their prophecy was ageless. I think the king even called himself immortal, and that was put in place by some wizard that also prophesized about us. So
when you say this Magello is old, do you mean in the most literal sense of that he is ancient?
I have no idea, dude. I'm just spitballing ideas here. Like, I tell stories, and these stories are wild for me.
That's fair. At least you shouldn't run out of material for quite some time.
Yeah, I've already written one ballad about that. It didn't really stick. We had a temporary group name, Six Pack. It was pretty bad.
Ah, yes. I heard whispers about, Nereus started a shadow campaign immediately to quell that idea. I thought he was correct in this instance. I actually helped it along a bit. That was a terrible name.
Yes, it was. The ballad did not go very well.
I suppose there are no more answers to be had for the time being. I appreciate your candor in answering my questions.
Not a problem. I will.
I guess I shall retire. I am quite exhausted after all of this. It's been a long day. But I was tasked with not letting you die, and you did not die. So there you go.
Yet.
Well, job done. After this, it's your problem.
All right. So, ending the conversation, going back to your respective rooms. The master suites obviously have their own fireplace, firewood, queen-size mattress. They have their bathrooms and washrooms as well. So they're very fully equipped wardrobe, nightstand, shelving, other things, windows there as well. So you pass in. I'm just going to go ahead and port you to one of the merchant rooms because that's the only kind of room available. So there's larger size rooms in this inn. Decent, has its own little bathroom there. No washroom though. So it's got chest, bed, wardrobe. Decent, clean. In comparison to the masters. So we're going to go ahead and I think we'll take an early break just because it's kind of coming down to the conclusion there after the sequence. So get to your respective rooms, begin to rest up after the long day that you have had fighting, spelunking, and then also dealing with Damtar. It's all accumulated into one single day, which is quite crazy. So we'll go ahead and conclude. For you all can take your long rest, which is advanced time clock. So go ahead and get probably roughly 8 hours or so, put it at 9 or something like that in the morning. So late start.
To mention before he goes to sleep, he was carrying 2 rings he took off of Fremar. He would identify those.
Okay, so identify those. We'll come to that when we come back from the break. I want to also state, I believe, if I I think race wise. The the only character right now currently in the group that actually needs 8 hours is Sir Dougal.
Oh no!
The rest of you actually can take. Ares is Air Genasi, so you still need the 8 hours. But I was gonna say we're starting to reach a level of with 2 elves on the party, so 2 trances and the 2 long rests. Either way, you get a rest for 8 hours still. So go ahead and take your long rest now. Advance the time clock, so late start, and obviously I'll reset the map a little bit here, and then we'll. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Appreciate it. We'll come back in 10 minutes or so about 6:40 or whatnot. And so we'll hope to see you when we get back and get ready for the second half. So, all right.
Bye, Chad.
Bye, chat. All right, welcome back. Joining us from the break. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. So come back for the second half of the session. Everyone's woken up from their long rest early in the morning. Your crowd kind of moving and things happening outside. So the horses moving and again, carts dragging along. It's the city essentially is coming back to, right, after the events. Slow, surely. In the morning, you'd imagine there'd be far more noise than that. But something to you, Athos, that catches your eye from your window, actually can hear the sounds of a bard currently playing. Just slowly playing, and they resembles that of a very melancholy song. It's a tale, essentially, of the terrors of the night overtaking the city, and thy great lord Palor rising and putting an end to them. And it's kind of gathering a crowd. Your coins hitting the floor of the actual, or sorry, the ground of the city sidewalk, and so imagine there's performances now being played and people quick to make the coin. You also hear a town or city crier, so you hear someone kind of yelling outwards out your window as well. Essentially calling out that a curfew is in place for the night. So now an official curfew has been put out. You'll be back in thy beds, thy houses, as soon as the sun sets. That is the curfew that's been placed upon the city. That said, everyone's awake, pulling themselves out of the rooms.
Does the bard sound like Tardan?
The bard does not sound like Tardan.
Pardon sounds
my-
better.
Make my way to the front desk here.
Okay, come into the common chamber here, front desk Estrella, currently making some notes diligently on different sorts of ledgers and things, just making notes and whatnot, and working through other ink, and then eventually grabs a tea, just slowly sips it, and sees you all kind of come around. Oh, hello!
Good morning.
Good morning. Did you have a good rest? I didn't see you all come in. You must have come in quite late.
Good may not be the term, but well needed rest for sure.
You can always rest more. I can run across the street and get you breakfast if you'd like.
No, thank you. Very nice, but I think we have some stuff we have to do and get going here.
Oh, all right. Quick to business. Well, after what happened yesterday and last night, I'm just glad that my magic came in handy.
You were indeed a big help last night.
Oh, thank you.
I think we're going to go across the street. If our companions happen to wake up, can you let them know that we're over there?
Oh, will do. I'll let them know. Bye now.
This was our opportunity to make Nereus stay here. We
I'm
completely forgot to do that.
pretty sure Nereus isn't here anyway. He's at
Yeah,
the
Nereus
fancy,
is a-
well-to-do.
There's the Zell's flagon baby, probably eating
Yeah,
some
exactly.
breakfast of all sorts of delicious things. And then
He's
they
got
went...
the crate bar, and yeah.
Yeah, the crate bar and all
Um,
that.
So just as he's getting up and getting ready, I was going to identify both of those rings before bed.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm gonna put some. Actually, I'll pause that and then get to the rings. Okay. So identification going through. So the first ring you find is a ring of invasion. It's a gold ring with some jeweled kind of eagle feathers come around a bluish kind of ring. So the ring of evasion is a rare trinket. Has 3 charges, and it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. When you fail a dexterity saving throw while wearing it, you can use your reaction to expend one of its charges to succeed on that saving throw instead. Really, the reason why this is a rare item, if I recall correctly, this ring does not actually need attunement. Sure, real quick. Could be wrong completely about that, but back when I call. Come on. Load for me. Just want to make sure. Attunement is required. So it is required. Okay. So there's that. And then the second item is a ring of protection. Just very basic, +1 bonus to AC and saving throws while wearing the ring.
I will remember how to work doors. Notice everybody's gone. I'm just going to assume they went to get breakfast. It was Tarden playing the song.
Pass by a town crier handing off pamphlets. Be back in your house by light, by end of light. Be back in your house. Don't be called out. You be thrown in jail. No one likes manacles. By order of law, talent for law. Bard playing. There I was, looking down at those hideous creatures, the terrors of the night, coming to kill me. It's not very great.
D. Tarden, timeliness on the ballads is everything. Do we have one for what we did last night?
Do you want me to tell our tale of last night? I thought the whole purpose of not waiting for the guard was to not tell our tale.
What God? I have no idea of what you're speaking. Did he say you have to be inside before dark? That sounds not fun.
There must still be undead about.
No more, Dad. It's all been cleared out of the city. I'm right here. I can hear everything you're saying.
That's timely. That's timely right there.
Yeah, I'm all but timely. Yeah, quite frank, it seems like just some rummage that Lord Downfall wants to declare.
Should we go grab some food and then get on with the day?
You best be getting me some biscuits and jam if you go on the mountainside. Thank you, appreciate it. On good service to the Lord of the city. You approach the common area, Strela turns around. Your friends went to the tavern across the way.
Back to the tavern. Jesus.
Always to the tavern. That should be the name of my campaign. Always to the tavern.
Alcoholics.
That's that's D&D.
D&D. Rename it. Rename it.
Just taverns and yeah.
The taverns and what do we do next?
Just want food.
That's what ATF stands for. Alcohol, taverns, and fighting.
There you go.
That seems to be what our MO is.
Taverns ex machina.
Pouring into the tavern, see the crowd's obviously kind of gathered in here. Not too many individuals, you know. Some people are, you know. This tavern generally is a lot more full, I think, at the stage. But few and far between. Kind of approach. See Jill working around, grabs a few bottles, disappears into the kitchen. Brendan slowly slides over to you, Tard, as you approach the bar. The rest of you seem to kind of funnel over to that table that's empty. Approaches you. Oh, wow. Hey, how's it going?
How you feeling, Brendan?
What?
Are you still drunk?
Yes. What can I get you?
Can I get 4 breakfasts over to the table that we're usually at? Give me your best bottle of whiskey. You know, the one that Kristoff had under the bar for you. I'll buy the whole bottle outright.
Oh, all right. Well, you buy the rest of that bottle. Y'all get yourselves parked up. 6 breakfasts coming up.
Yep. Can we send one of those outside to the guy yelling?
Oh.
Not
what? Guy yelling. People yell all the time. Very vague.
The one that works for the Lord.
Oh,
he's working pretty hard.
The city crier out there, that little halfling thing yelling out? Ugh,
yeah.
I'll get a breakfast to him. 6 breakfasts. Coming up. What are the city crier? Joe, breakfast for 6 at the table. You got them. All right, I'm going to go sleep. Is it on
So-
the table? Go for it.
I was gonna ask what our plan for the day is.
Well, whatever we do, it sounds like we'd better be done by night, unless we're going to leave this place behind. I'm not a big fan of being told when and where I can and cannot get.
You think anybody
Get
in this
used to it.
town knows Thurin?
Oh god, that's right. You know, it seems like there should be some reference to it somewhere if he's actually that important. So history does
You
it
wanna
does
roll
the
if
family
you
name
want?
ring a bell?
Do you want to roll it? All you? 13. Family name of Okan does not come to you. You know, though, that it seems like a dwarvish family name.
Well,
And the corpse that was in that coffin, is that
Was
dwarven?
dwarven.
I don't remember.
Correct.
It was because we were trying to find out if it was Gular,
Yeah, we were checking to see if it was the other guy.
but then it was dwarvish size and bones and all that. So
Ular was likely the humanoid body that was
Right.
out on the open.
So I think at this point, what I would say logically is, Athos. I know you don't know this piece of it, or maybe you do, given who your employer was. I think we need to go see the Lord and close out our business with the Lord here. Get our reward or whatever he's willing to give for the job that was done. Pick up some supplies, and then I would think head out of town. The question is, heading out of town, do we go to the fort? Do we go to the location that we all know about but don't want to talk about? Or do we go to the swamp? Which one's first? Since I figure we'll probably have to do all three eventually. I think my opinion is there's one location that has a more pressing need based off events last night to get to and see what's going on.
Yes, I do find it fascinating. If indeed that body in the coffin, which I'm assuming at this point, some of us are starting to put two and two together and assume that that's at least a possibility. If that is indeed the body that he was looking for, and he was looking for the map, they were both in the same place. We now have one of the things that he was looking for, and we are taking it further away from the other thing. So that's probably good. But I'm fascinated. If those were the two things that he sought, and they were already in the room, then what is on this map?
There's only one way to find out.
Obviously, but yes, I'm quite curious.
The conversation he had was that Gluhar was looking for something for him, so I suppose whatever it is where that map points, which is why he was looking for the map or Thorn. He wasn't looking for both necessarily. He said one or the other.
But if the person that he was looking for was someone who's been long dead,
Well, he did know about the staff, and the
there
staff
are
was
ways. Yeah, there are ways to talk to dead people. Sure.
He knew about the staff because, in a way, maybe looking for the map in Thorn, he had hired, what were they again? The Black Hand?
Black Hand. He said they
And-
work for him.
And they are the ones that view that staff with the importance. So maybe it's not important to him. Maybe he just knows about it because the Black Hand wanted it, and maybe it was something he said maybe they could try to achieve or gain together. That's how he got their employ. I don't know. I don't think at this point, though. I think at this point, finding out more about Thurin Okan potentially, but getting out of here and going to see what is there quicker rather than slower is the best bet. And I know Sir Dougal had some stuff over that area that he needs to accomplish as well, and it gets us closer to doing that.
Well, and the map, mind you, was in Sylvan also, which is fascinating for entirely other reasons.
You're an elf and you don't speak Sylvan? Why would Sylvan be fascinating?
He wants a long dead dwarf and a map with a riddle written in Sylvan, cobbled together by a bunch of necromancers. None of it makes any sense. It's fascinating.
I guess
Also,
it's that
I
way.
think there were some roles, right? Like it wasn't just Sylvan, like it was referencing locations in the Feywild or something, right? The chest. Not the map.
The chest
No,
was
I think
no the chest was referencing
the chest was referencing a place called Fixia, which is
Yeah.
on this side. That's on this side of the bridge.
Right.
That-
Yeah, it was like
that
the
was a
place where the
city-
artifacts were stored or something.
There was a city in the marshes when it was called something else before it was the marshes. There was a city, started out as a fort. This is much like Athema, right, where it like started as an outpost, and it became a city, like Othema, called Fixia. But once the redwoods stopped being the redwoods, Fixia stopped being Fixia. So, but that's all on this side of the congruence, right?
Yeah. And then Siltoric is a place within Thixia.
So there are many webs being woven, I believe, that somehow we've gotten ourselves tied up in. It's fascinating.
So, perhaps, instead of blindly heading to the next place and getting ourselves caught up in whatever's there waiting for us, because it's probably going to be Damodar, maybe we go get our reward, as you suggested, and then before we leave town, we go to the library. I can't believe I'm suggesting going to the library. I hate the library. But perhaps we go to the library.
Auden wants to study. I'm so proud of you.
I'm not studying. What do you think you're here for?
Ares
I'm
is
not-
going to miss the library. He'll be so sad.
He will.
And I do want to say out of character real quick. I know, Tard, you mentioned Damodar wanted both.
Oh, did he? I thought he said when we had one or... Oh, well, I guess he said when
It's
we
not
had one
or,
or the other.
it was and.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
It was referenced and Thurin Oakand and the map. And when that was the beginning of the conversation, and then when it said if you find,
Either.
but they had explained they want both of them.
It occurs to me
Oh.
that perhaps when we go to claim whatever check-in, as it were, perhaps we should let the Lord in on our theory that this that Vladi was someone of importance. First off, he may know who that is. But secondly, if it is something that is being sought after, then perhaps they should do something to protect it. Anyone absconding with it or facing it in some way.
I have another mischievous idea.
Yeah.
Damodar did give me that way to contact him, as you guys all overheard. Maybe we don't tell him about the map, but we tell him about Thorin to get Jill's brothers back. And while he's figuring out a way to bring the dead back to life, we head off to where the map points. And we find whatever he's after before he finds it.
So in
So
your scenario, would we tell the Lord, or just leave it be and have Damodar go try to raid the crypt?
Leave it be and have Damodar go try to read the crypt. We can tell the
I like.
Lord about Damodar being here, but
I like your idea, but I think we should probably make it as difficult for him as possible to get to. I don't much care if he gets it, honestly, but we might as well make it a challenge.
oh yes,
So I was tip
I
him
think
off and also tell the Lord.
ah, I think if we
Best of
do
both
that,
worlds.
I think if we tell the Lord, there's going to be a needless loss of life. Too much has already been lost here. I would say, though, to this point, if there's anybody here that's good with forgery, potentially, or somebody that we could find in town, uh, deception is worth a lot, and maybe they can create or help us create a fake map that goes the opposite direction that we would like to go. And as far as to your point about going to the library and trying to find more information, while I don't disagree, more information would be great. A plan that is executed quickly and violently is sometimes better than trying to wait around for the perfect plan. So I would still say if we're going to do the contact him and tell him where Thorn Oakshield or Oakhand is, rather, sorry, uh, and potentially put a fake map on there to distract or deceive him and make him go the opposite direction, then we do that. Then we tell the Lord that we're leaving town and we're looking for our reward for doing his task. We get our supplies and we leave. That would still be my vote. Maybe while we're gathering supplies, somebody can go to the library so we can dual task. But I don't think we need to spend any more time here in town than what is absolutely necessary at this point.
I would disagree to the map, but that is after Athos last night.
So when Jill comes carrying trays, begins to sit down to breakfast. Sees that there's more breakfast than individuals. Ah, Brendan. Fuck.
One of those was for the crier.
And then the sixth one?
I don't know, is there somebody here that couldn't buy breakfast this morning? Can they have it?
How generous of you. Any drinks for you all?
I don't think we'll be here long, just long enough to eat.
All right, well, get you some water then. Pictures of it, anyways. Needs to look at the breakfast. It'll be 4 silver, please.
I will give her a gold.
Generous again. Thank you. I'll be back with your water. Walks.
If he really does control, what did you call it last night, Athos? Chaos. I don't think giving him something that does not have any magic or chaos connected to it is going to fool him long and is likely to bring wrath upon us more than giving him something truthful.
I doubt if you wanted to truly deceive him, you would probably need to do it through a powerful source of magic. I'm not even sure if that would work. I believe that would probably, if he realized we were trying to deceive him, he would kill the boy. Also, obviously you have more of a history with him than I do. What about him would suggest to you that he wouldn't just kill his person anyway, or he hasn't already, even?
The way he spoke, it sounded like not somebody that wanted full control by any means necessary. It sounded like somebody that had a plan and was out for control, or not even for control, to depose the Talthars. If he simply wanted all of these things, he could simply take them. But he is not directly as involved as he could be, and is instead letting the pieces play themselves.
Look, there's no doubt that he's a powerful arcane force to be reckoned with. But if he could see everything and knew everything, he would already know where the map is. He would already know where Thorin is. He would already know all of this. So, while he's indeed powerful, I will not deny that. I think we're giving him maybe a little too much credit in what he can and can't do. Just my thoughts. I still think that at least trying to deceive him is better for the greater good, and that's what it's about right now. I don't think he has any intention of giving the brother back alive. I think the greater good is what it's about now, and keeping him away from whatever is on the map is the best thing to do.
And I think the only reason to try and give him a fake map would be to try and trade it for the brother. If we want to keep him away from the map, we just simply keep it and leave.
Well, that's what Thorin's for, right? We trade Thorin for the boy. And then let him
I'm open
spend
to
time
this, but I'm
resing
not overly
Thorin.
concerned with the boy, honestly. But if you want to try and make an effort, I feel like every dealing we have with this person, this Damodar, is going to not go in our favor. But if you can simply send him some sort of a message, and maybe the boy miraculously goes, I trust that will be the case, but it doesn't hurt us in either case.
I think it was Hardin brought up wanting to tell him where Thorin was to try to get the boy back. If we're going to do that, we might as well try to use it to our advantage as well, and that's where my idea for the fake map to help us came out. If we're not concerned about the boy, which I personally would rather see an entire city saved than one person, I'm sorry for him, but it's more about the thousands than the one. Then I think we move on and move out and go see what this location on the map has to offer.
We had told the Lord that Frimar was acting against his will. We could inform the Lord that we have discovered why, and they could investigate the boy. I doubt they will be successful, but they could at least make an attempt, and then it's on them to figure out how they'd like to handle it.
Sir Dougal, what's your take on abandoning the boy or not?
I think he's already dead. I think that Damodar is the kind of enemy that would exploit our humanity to keep us from success. I think that there is I'm not going to say that it is or it isn't, but I think there's a possibility that he's bluffing. That he's holding a hostage. I think he's already dead.
I would be inclined to agree. I think, from what I see, he is the type of person who keeps people alive who are of use to him. The boy has
Right.
no use to him other than as a bargaining chip, and a bargaining chip is merely a promise. Unless he was going to trot him out as proof of life, then he has no use to him.
Well, how can you? What? So, okay, let's imagine you ask for proof of life. You're going to trust the thing he shows you
Right, he is a powerful wizard of means beyond description.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he's capable of anything. I don't want to give him too much credit, but certainly he'd be capable of that, right? And when it comes to a synthesizing a forgery, I don't think it is too much credit to give him to say that would have to be a pretty good forgery.
It would have to be a pretty good forgery to fool me, and he's clearly puts me to pale in comparison.
I'm not
We
trying to
also-
make him something he isn't. I'm just thinking about. I think he wants us to. I think our enemy wants us to think that there's a life that hangs in the balance, and if that's what my enemy wants me to think, I am hesitant to think it.
It is as if you are suggesting that some almighty being is using your morality as a whip against you.
You're a cackle of the DM above you.
Well,
I think it's really
So-
interesting, Harrison. Your take on this is really interesting to me because you're like basically being like, if they're wanting me to believe one thing, then I'm gonna believe the opposite, because I have no evidence to prove otherwise, right? So you're basically saying I have no evidence to say that they're alive, so why would I believe that they're alive?
Right. Yeah, and in saying that, I'm not even sure what evidence I would believe. What the burden of proof is in that scenario.
He doesn't strike me as one to negotiate times either.
Here's what I want you to imagine. We jump through all these hoops. We run around finding Oakhand, finding a map, solving this riddle, all to return it to Damodar in exchange for this poor boy's life. And either he was never alive to begin with, or Damodar will be exploiting some genie-like interpretation of returning him, right? Like, he seems the kind of person, the kind of creature that would do that, right? Here's your brother, all 4 pieces of him.
It's entirely possible that the boy is one of those masked servants that follow him around. He may not even be in captivity. He could just be one of his followers.
I don't want to give. I'm not giving this guy anything. And there's a well-known saying in the Feywild: we do not negotiate with terrorists. This is a
I thought that was arborists.
right. We do not negotiate.
Not negotiate with arsonist. Yeah.
It's a manipulation. It's a manipulation. And I guess you can choose to be manipulated or not, right?
But at the end of the day, the thing is the body, we know where it is. We don't know much about it. The Lord may be able to help us there, but we know where it is. That mystery solved, most likely. That is the theory. The boy, we don't know if they're real, if they're alive, if they're dead. There's nothing to really be learned there except whether or not Damodar was telling the truth. Frankly, what do we stand to gain from knowing that? The map, however, leads somewhere to something important. So that piece,
Yes.
I think we very much need to figure out. I don't intend to share it with evil, whoever, crazy wizard man. But that part bears following. The question, yeah, is just, I think at this point, what do we tell the Lord? And if you want, I mean, Tardan, you've got the magic call home coin. If you want to tell Damodar something, that's I'll leave that up to you. I prefer you
Hold
not
on.
tell him where we are, where we're going.
I just thought of this as we're talking about telling people things. And he gave this to us not knowing where anything was. Are we sure this is just a one-way stone? And that he can't use our one-way item, and he can't use this, as I've seen in the past, to spy on us without us knowing?
That is
And we
an
just told him
excellent point.
everything now?
If he knew we had the map, we would be dead.
Yeah, he'd be on it. Well, I don't know if he'd be dead, but he'd be here. But he could very well be using that to track us. Would be my
Or
fear.
that.
He's
Well,
It's-
let me pose a counter question. And Aries, maybe you'll appreciate this.
I mean, from
But-
just a commoner, I doubt it.
I only said that to keep his eye off of you.
Mm. Yes, master.
What proof do we have that Damodar is evil and not necessarily just at war with the Talthars? Does being at war with one side necessarily make the other side good? We've seen the Talthars in that vision murder and kill people simply because they possessed arcane power. What truly makes Damodar evil to us, besides the fact we get a bad vibe?
That's a fair
Well-
point. I carry no loyalty to him or the Talthars, but I will say that anyone that possesses that type of power did not get it without doing some damned unspeakable things.
I've been around a lot of fighting in my life. It takes somebody truly evil to kidnap a boy, hold the boy as a hostage to try to get his father and his family to do something for him.
Does it? Do people not do that with prisoners of war every day?
Prisoners of war, as defined, are different because those are individuals who have signed to fight for one side or the other.
And if this family's allegiance was to the Talthars, were they not signed to fight for one side or the other in their beliefs?
The boy, as we have heard him described, was not signed up to do anything. Just happened to be the son. The nephew that is now being used as a pawn. And who knows? Maybe the Talthars are evil ones in this. But at this point, I don't think we know enough without further investigating this line of questions that we have. And the best way to do that is to go and see why this map is so important. Again, I think we collect our reward, collect our supplies, and get out of here.
If I might, Tardan, I leave it to you if you would like to keep that coin, but I would ask that if you intend to keep it, you put it in the bag of holding.
I would be okay with that. It also looked like you knew some sort of arcane way of.
I could
I don't-
try to examine it later. It would take a bit. I don't know if we want to take the time to do that right now. As long as it's in
mean-
the bag, it's on another plane. So even if he had a way of contacting it or tracing it, it wouldn't do him a lot of good. Then we can decide what to do with it later, if need be.
To Tardan's knowledge, would that be true with his family having made arcane object?
Yeah, I mean, you know that if there's, I mean, it depends on what. Honestly, it's going to depend on what the coin is doing. I mean, if the coin is some sort of object that's just mundane, maybe it's something that the Damner has familiar with and can locate object, right? Just like know where you are upon casting it. Is it something that's a scrying object to be able to listen to conversations, listen to things? It could be a variety of potential effects. If it's put into a bag of holding, that technically is not on this plane of existence. It's in a void space. It's in its own separate thing. So any sounds, auditory, whatnot, scrying, divination, is now in a different space entirely. What you would know is that could someone know where that portal of that space goes to? Because just because you put some object into that space does not mean that someone, if they're scrying or divinating, won't understand that that portal to the space goes to somewhere else. It links you both. It links you to the bag. The whole point of the bag is to get you into the space. So if someone has high level of magic capabilities of the arcane, they could figure out from that space where the bag is, or whatever object it is tied as the portal to that space. That is difficult to do and would take a long time, and you would need to know specifics more than that. But it's a safer bet. That is a safer bet than holding the
carrying it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Something I did note when I was examining the ring after your story about the stones, these seem to have some level of protection against divination magic, so those of us who wear them would likely be hard to locate. I do worry that something like that might give him a bit of a backdoor. In general, we should be a bit less likely to be tracked than most.
I can agree to put it in the bag of holding. That's fine, until you have such time to identify it. However, you should probably identify it before we divert from the road to Fort Farron.
That is a good plan. I agree.
So I will toss the coin in the bag of holding.
Okay. It's the coin in. All right. Finishing up with your breakfast, drinking the water. You just put an hour onto that conversation with the breakfast that was had. Beyond that, you have the day ahead of you. You have your decisions of what to do. It sounds like you're all kind of coming to some conclusion of what to tell the Lord, based on what you've kind of spoken about this breakfast. And then there was talk about going to the library, and then there was talk about fetching supplies. So I think you might need to put what order of what you're doing. Are you all going to go to the Lord, speak to that, and then separate to the library and supplies? Or
what did we want to learn specifically from the library? Remind me. Oakenham or something else?
Either anything on him, his family, or even Girder, since that was labeled on the map, to see if we can figure out why we're going to this place, like if there's any significance to it. Was kind of Tartan's thought, like, what is this place known for? Why is it significant in any way, shape, or form? What are we walking into?
That's fair. I would say maybe let's research the area and not the name specific. We don't want, in case that is a secret name, we don't want to be spreading it about if we're the ones who've discovered it.
We should check on Valria.
That was the priestess, right? The one you almost killed. Right?
I don't want to talk about it, but yes.
I would suggest perhaps if we speak to the Lord first, we may learn enough that the library becomes unnecessary. And if we still have questions, we could try that after.
That is true, and I believe the Lord trusts us enough that we may be even able to seek a private audience with him. So whatever we say stays between us and him, and not necessarily us, him, and the guard, and the delegates, and the... He did brofist me, which has me a little worried, but
You don't have a good track record with bros.
I do not have a good track record with bros. Him, Damodar, Kristoff. And this is why I don't call you all my friends, because then you can stab me
It's
in the
going to
back
become
too.
the new litmus test is if they like Todd, and we just kill them immediately.
That's right. Put him down.
Well, Nereus will always be safe then. I think it's the Lord first. And then while the library may be a next stop for you guys, I think I am going to go search for some supplies and potentially somebody to quickly teach me so I can practice and learn how to make arrows while we're on the road. Like I said, waiting to get a plan to foolproof, if you will, and answering all the what ifs is probably a plan that takes too long to do and will be executed too late. So the sooner we leave, the better.
I tend to agree.
All right. So, finishing up your breakfast, concluding your conversations here, begin to pass out, into the rest of the city here. You begin to make way for the keep. This is somewhere that many of the party, right, have some of the party, anyways, that we have here have gone. You've been to the keep before, and you have spoken with the Lord there inside of the Grand Hall. So that's kind of where you're headed here. So we're just going to pass on to this. Figure the sounds. Okay, so you pass through the drift. You end up into the Holy District. Either you can go through the Holy District or decide to go around. So clearly, always up to you. Again, the temperature changes. It's inviting. Some of the canopies, right? I've not cleared out. There's continuing there. Again, you haven't been here in the city for that long, so the actual refugees, and the way that they have pitched up inside of the cathedral's courtyard there, they're not going anywhere. Right, they're not leaving. They're going to be here for a very long time until there's some sort of solution that is found, as far as maybe housing, room and board, maybe getting towards the city and seeing what they can recover. There's traders now in here. They're beginning to pitch and sell their wares towards the actual dwarves, towards the refugees, right? Trying to essentially make business, giving them items that they don't actually have because they lost those when they escaped. Or left them there inside of the city. So you pass through. You notice there's also people coming in and out of the Suntree Cathedral. People are really excited. People are happy. There's a lot of kind of conversation going amongst the crowd, suggesting that not just you all, but more individuals are speaking with the actual Suntree now. They're actually getting an answer, and they're getting some information, advice, and whatnot. There's also a little bit of a hum, particularly about the initiates that are vested taking breaks outside of Cathedral in the courtyard, maybe making way and helping out the dwarfs and feeding and doing different things. They're Valria, right? That's the name on the tongue, suggesting to you from their conversations that she is still in a state of unconscious, but things are going well and progressing as best as they can, right? They also make mention that the avatar of Pelor that had kind of crested through the streets was a form that they had not seen in scripture or seen in sort of articles. And so they wanted to note that, document that, and get that stored within the Library of Light. Begin to make copies of that passing forward into other libraries of light or other libraries in general. As you pass into the Nobles District, you now see the High Squire completely roped off. There's guard just surrounding it completely. Commander Ringlar Uku is there at the High Squire, talking and yelling at certain individuals that are on the outside of the area. I'm assuming you don't stop as you continue to go past. from the conversation there, eavesdropping, getting information, Commander Wrangler Uku suspects there's kind of a tie-in with the actual crypt. There's a tie-in with that. And from what you're hearing is that they have found the same chamber that you found and then recovered 2 bodies that were inside of that room. So they actually, now you're hearing the fact that they went into the crypt already. They've recovered the bodies. They took them to the actual keep and they have them stowed away. So you're hearing Commander Wrangler Uku stating that, speaking about this, saying that this must be in reference to what had happened, that potentially this could be tied in with Freemar, right? The body was dropped off the Central Cathedral, and really putting the investigation kind of together a little bit away. Maybe making it so you don't think that Wrangler Uku is a complete idiot through the disappearing people, that they actually know what they're doing, and now they're given proper evidence that they're able to make their speculations and conclusions. So they're going to be there, from what you guess, the whole day, right? They need to piece together, they need to notify the families of the bodies, they need to continue to lock down the scene, and they need to continue their investigation. So you can pass on, eventually you get to, essentially is the Lord's, this Lord's Way, this kind of area that's large and open, this courtyard roadish that leads up to the main entrance into the keep's grounds, which are currently shut with the portcullis down, the double doors shut here. The public forum, right, the public council, right, the public audience, that port is not happening as current, right? That doesn't happen until the midday, till the sun is the highest in the sky. The snow is softly falling down. Pretty much just an overcast, though. And there's a lot of wagons, there's a lot of individuals that are stationed here, but not so much that there could be, suggesting that perhaps that there was individuals that were going to make court from other areas, such as Beelder, or Lathan, or even far as Melandar, or other nations or other places off the continent, that they turned around, right? So you're seeing maybe a fraction of when you made here before, waiting here in the actual courtyard, setting up shop with their stagecoaches and things like that. So you approach the wall, the gate, you look up, see the guard, the towers stationed there, the open wall frame, and they begin to look down in the direction of you as you begin to approach the gate. The large water features and their statues of the courtyard. It's fairly open, right? I mean, you cannot not spot you. You're just out there in the open courtyard, and you're looking up there. One looks down towards you. How may I help you? Yells down.
We're here to see Lord Fallon-Fleur. We are his mercenaries. He should be expecting us.
Can you state your name?
Tardan.
1 second. Spears. You wait. Wait some more. 15, 20 minutes pass by. Eventually, the portcullis begins to open. Double doors begin to swing. So they do. 2 of the actual banner soldiers walking on horses, currently out towards you. Kind of come to either side. One turns towards this half orc, looks down. Another one, human, looks down. Human speaks. Has blue, slightly golden eyes, and has this fair hair that kind of comes down, a little bit of curls. This way. Begins to trot off, headed for the keep. You go with. Come up to the keep. The drawbridge is raised. Begins to lower, seeing the 2 banners. They begin to wave their halberds up into the air, their glaives with their flags, the floor on the top. You begin to follow through into the keep's grounds. Training, regiments, things happening, but definitely low as what they should be. And so they're continuing their progress of getting their battlements situated. Passing in to the keep now that the drawbridge is lowered. The 2 banners just kind of walk off. They let you now. Seems to be an understanding that you know what you're doing. You've been here before, and they kind of now move off, allowing you to go into the keep without any escort or any other thing. You continue passing through. Actually, I'm going to pause our horse traffic and whatnot and our wind. We come into the courtyard of the keep. I won't describe. Again, there's no need for that. And then I'll go ahead and activate the Grand Hall map. And as you kind of approach, the doors swing open. And as soon as you pass through, they shut and lock. Seems there's a lot of banner people, guards, soldiers standing at the ready. There's paladins here kneeling down at the bedstep. Kneeling down, one stands and turns and looks. The Lord moves the hand almost to dismiss them. They've rounded off the conversation as much as you can. Many of them are furious. Their faces are angered and upset. They are also wearing upon the pauldrons markings that signify them as commanders, first, second, third. There's a chain here that's obviously different areas than Temerian military, and it seems as though they might go by simple rankings of first, second, third for their command positions. And so a lot of these are third or second commanders, individuals that you imagine that would be almost essentially recruiters or trainers, teachers, educators, instructors, not really to people that go to war in particular of leading a regiment or something like that, right? Something big and whatnot. They would work with first commanders in that regard. They simply move around you, letting you kind of filter through after they're maybe a sought an audience, emergency audience here to speak to the Lord, to not necessarily grieve, but express their frustrations. Remember that these paladins, many of them are nobles themselves. They might come from houses or families that are also very powerful. And they reside within the city or even a Beelder and come here and reside to be under the banner of this Lord. So seeing as though that many of them were slaughtered in the tavern, you can imagine that they want to take vengeance. They want to see what the Lord has to say about that. The Lord sees you still in the armor, very tired. Might have been up all night. You see dark circles of the eyes, the hair very loosely put down. It's also kind of wiry a little bit and padded. The sword laying to the side. The actual gauntlets still bloodied. The weapon still bloodied. Looks as you approach. You come with good news, I hope.
Good or not, hopefully you can tell us. However, it is quite sensitive news. I'm gonna look around at the guard and the delegates. Can you say that you trust every single person in this room, that nothing that is said here will leave?
I trust all those that pledge themselves to me. All information can be spoken freely in this court. Truth
Seems rather naive.
will set you free. Who is this that walks amongst you? I have not seen them in my court. Oh, yes. Weren't you there within the cathedral?
Yes, we met briefly last night.
Hmm.
Athos Philop.
Tired. It's been a long night. Apologies that I forgot you.
It is sometimes good to not be seen.
If you have something to speak, speak. And I will be the judge if those will hear it. But let me assure you that everyone here is loyal to the throne.
Well, where do we begin? We tracked down Jill. She was with Damodar, the one that we believe pulling all the strings, and it turns out he was. He is also currently controlling the hand. And that is why I asked to verify that you trust everyone in this room.
Do you believe there is a traitor amongst my court?
I believe that Damodar is a powerful individual, and whether they wish to be a traitor or not, there could very well be a traitor amongst your court.
See. This keep was built by the Sular Kingdom and was primarily designed and built by dwarfs. Its walls are enchanted with the likes of Ruglark. They were a dwarven magi guild. Their enchantments protect this keep against many forms of schools. If there is a traitor amongst, they would have worked very hard and tirelessly to get on my council or in a position, my royal guard. This, given the fact that they are the strings that pull all of the evil that walks, fights against. Perhaps they would work to get something like that happened. But then again, what protection would you have against someone like that?
That is a fair point, and that is... I guess we were looking for false assurances and privacy that, as you said, privacy does not guarantee.
Is it something that you will feel more comfortable with? That I clear them?
Yes.
Be done. Council, you are cleared of duty. Beginning to walk off, leaving the different doors north and then south, stepping away. Royal Guard, step into the courtyard. They begin to also take some time. Specifically time that I have to hide these tokens.
Sorry about that.
Eventually they begin to pass out. I'm gonna the actual into the courtyard. You can see the funding lot. The door's shut. The doors are now somewhat unlocked, right? They've left them slightly unlocked and ajar, so if they need to rush in here, they can. But the other
Sneak
doors
attack.
in the actual keep are locked. It is done then.
So, upon finding Jill with Damodar last night, we learned some troubling news, as I said, that he was pulling the strings behind what happened here last night. Seems his ultimate goal had nothing to do with Bane, and he simply employs the Black Hand in ways that he has manipulated to his benefit. The information that he was after was a Sylvan scroll, of which I'm not sure the importance, and a dwarf named Thurin Oakhand. Is there any reason that you can think of why he would be after this dwarf?
This is the name that I heard spoken. The last whispers and words of the madness of Gular. It's also what I believe to be the dwarf my soldiers and guard taken from the crypt. After we had spoke, I made sure that a full investigation was taken. We had discovered the area that this all had transpired. We'd taken both bodies, one of which we believed to be Gular's, given their sarcophagus has been cleared. That body has been burned. There's no remnants left. The others we were more curious about. Simply because the name Third Oakhand had plagued me. Here lies a dwarf, unburied. Could not be a coincidence. The words of a madman turned into the very Third Oakhand.
Well,
You say that puller of strings was the one looking for this person.
That is correct, and he is still looking for that body, possibly in what I assume to be an attempt to resurrect him, given that he was working with the followers of Bane, and that is their whole MO, is to put souls in bodies. With the staff that now no longer exists, luckily.
I find it troubling that something so powerful as the Black Hand, if they do indeed return after their fall in the Crusades, that they would serve Damodar. It has always been the wishes, the guidance, and the whole purpose of the Black Hand to assume control and unleash Bane's instructions.
And now you see why we trusted no one when we walked into this room. Except
I
for
see. What is it do you believe that should be done?
I believe wherever you have that body, it needs to be protected by any means necessary. I do not believe that if Damodar could go into the crypt, there's some reason he cannot. So wherever that body is, it needs to be protected by Paylor, whether it's in the Suntree Cathedral or in the crypt. Because if Damodar could get it himself, he would have. That said, the second question, or the second piece of information that I'm curious about, is Girder. A place at the end of one of the streams off the mountains here. It seems towards Fort Farron.
It is not something I am familiar with. Perhaps the Suntree Initiates in the Library of Light might guide you. My counsel is here, I could ask them. But they are not.
That's not a problem. We will go investigate and find out ourselves. Which I guess brings us to the final piece, and your counsel may be present for this, is our reward in taking out Ethrin and gathering all of this information, as we're obviously going to need supplies and everything, so the reward is going
Yes.
to help us get.
Of course, you've cleared my counsel out, and now you ask for a reward. I have no envoy to send. No worries. The keep has many secrets, many capabilities. Slides, goes over to the throne. Goes over to the throne, begins to slowly move the throne outwards as it kind of swings upon the floor, and is rotating out. Begins to pull a chest behind the throne. Begins to pull it outwards and sets it there. Turns the throne back there. Grabs a sword, kind of sheaths it, picks up the chest, 2 hands, puts it down. The stairwell. This large chest, unlocked. It's roughly 3 feet its width, 2 feet in its height. It's a massive chest. Your reward, coin for services rendered. And in exchange, sorts. I'm not entirely sure if it's something that you all will agree to, given the nature of you all. In addition to the 16,000 gold pieces rendered to you all for your services, I will ask you to kneel. And you will be knighted under my banner. If this is to be done, you will serve me as thy lord. If it's something you do not wish, so be it.
I do not believe that any of us can make that commitment at this time. Just simply as we have more questions that need answered elsewhere in the world, and as we don't know what those answers may entail, we obviously do not wish to bring any misfortune upon your name or your banner, depending on what we may have to do. We don't know what the Chosen One phallus or prophecy will all entail.
I do hope that your journey is met with fortune and favor. that by the 1,000 blessings of Pelor, that thy son graces you. 16,000 gold pieces is your reward, that is final. Any other services rendered, we will negotiate a price. I will protect the body of what we speculate to be Thurin Oakhand, and I will stop any that dare to attack. Will be placed in my treasury, kept safeguarded at all times.
Do you? Can I just reach over to, I don't know, our group for a minute? Maybe whispered low, stage whisper here. Are we? Aren't we interested? If he can retrieve the body, if he has access to the body, wouldn't you want to see it?
We already saw it. And, I mean, I have no way to talk to the dead. Doesn't do me any good personally.
I'm thinking about the riddle, cipher, puzzle.
You think he is your key bearer?
I don't know.
You know, that's actually a valid point. Damodar was looking for both.
In addition to the gold, could our rabbit friend here plunge his hand into the dwarf's body?
You want to do what? Defile a body.
Well, for a point of clarification, we believe that perhaps there could be more clues hidden within.
Do not speak
to the
for
nature of this
your
mystery.
companion. Those speak freely in this court of their own words.
We have reason to believe that the dwarf's corpse is concealing we have reason to believe that the dwarf's corpse could be a key to our success. I can't.
What would Lee give you into this idea? What information do you have?
Well, our enemy has stated that he is in search of a number of things, one of which is this corpse. Aside from that, we have actually discovered a small piece of Fixian lore that indicates a a certain degree of importance.
You talk in riddles. You do not speak the information that you have found. What gives you evidence that would suggest that you... I am very confused. It seems as
The
though you all
information-
have found something.
It is. It is a riddle. It is a riddle. What we
found
have
a
found
riddle.
is a riddle. Correct. I speak in riddles because the information we have is a riddle.
What
It's
is
not-
it? What does it state?
I'm not obfuscating it. I'll repeat the riddle in Sylvan. Does he speak Sylvan?
I don't understand that language.
I can't. I hope to help you. I hope to help you. And I hope that we have demonstrated in a transparent way that we are here to help.
Of course, you have demonstrated your aid. But you are not under my banner. You do not call me Lord. You have your coin. You have been paid. And I have just been informed that this body is of the utmost importance to protect against an enemy that moves against both of us and this continent. And now you're telling me that you wish to take possession of this body?
No, it doesn't have to be that way.
You wish to
I would be
defile this
happy-
body.
I think it's already been defiled.
You want to tear up this body to see what clues it offers.
I think they're-
Respectfully poke.
Yeah, there might be
Respectfully.
more.
Oh.
Yeah, there might be less destructive ways to do what we have to do. But I don't want ownership of it. I'm happy to investigate it with you. There's no reason to do it. There's no reason for you to have to trust us. We can do it together, or you can appoint someone that you trust to do it with us.
We will bring Thurin Okan's body to the Suntree Cathedral. It is the most holy of areas, and if a body is to be defiled, perhaps there can be some sanctuary there. Are we agreed
I think
to
it's a
this?
terrific idea. Yes, terrific idea.
I will hold court at midday. After court is held, roughly 2 hours past, I will make way with my royal guard and Commander Rangala Uku with the body of Thurin Okan. Work out in our
Noon.
favor. 2 hours past noon. It'll work out in our favor, as I must check up on Valria, see how she is coming along and her healing. 2 hours past noon. Public court is held at noon, and then 2 hours past that.
In the meantime, we have to. Well, okay, wait. We're still in front of the Lord, right? Thank you.
You're welcome. Take the coin with you. Enjoy. Do you have any other questions for me before I call back my counsel?
I believe we are good. I think we are going to go to the library and await you at the Suntree Cathedral.
Let it be done. Down the throne. Begins to yell out for the royal guard to get their asses back in.
So,
Yelling.
Kind of an OOC. I don't think that chest fits in the bag of holding, so are we like dumping the chest with the gold? Just dumping the gold into the bag of holding?
The chest
should
is filled. The chest is filled with pouches of gold.
Oh, okay.
It's not
That makes it easier.
It's not loosely in the chest.
I just had this picture of like loose gold in a 2 foot by 3 foot chest, like you were describing.
You're essentially grabbing like sacks of 1,000 gold pieces and you're thumbing
Okay.
them into it. It's a massive chest. It's just used to kind of carry that gold. So 16,000 gold pieces total.
That's gonna bring us to it. We have a lot of money right now.
We're about to go
So-
spend some.
You could put it in the treasury if you want. One of you can, or you can divide it amongst yourselves. So.
just add it to the treasury real quick.
There you go. All right, you got that. All right, I'll pass this on to here. You pass out back into the city, right? You come back into the city. They open the gates for you at the keep gate there. There's a lot of eyes on you at this point, kind of watching, especially from the paladins and soldiers. You know, why would you seek an audience with the Lord now, right? You have that word of mouth passing through, seeing the crime that unfolded, and there is these devoted vengeance and conquest paladins. I mean, it's a fuse waiting to be lit. So they're kind of wondering, you all went to see the Lord, and you all, why are you talking to the Lord? What importance do you have? Just eyes on you. That's all it is. Nothing else to it. You have a lot of coin. 16,000. Passing into the nobles, eventually kind of pass by the high squire, and same investigation still ongoing. Not much time, essentially an hour or so has passed by, so it hasn't been that much time since you've actually been by here. You made it quick there and made it quick that. It wasn't the large audience or court that was had with the Lord, and you're left to go about what you all want to do. So what is that?
I'm going to go, or would like to go to I'm going to assume the merchant district to try to find some arrows.
Okay.
But while I'm doing that, I would also like to try to find potentially maybe the guy that I buy the arrows from, or somebody that may be able to teach me how to make them so I can practice on my own. And I'll offer, if we have some extra gold and they have a list, or anybody else has a list of items they want kind of shopped for, I will try to find those as well.
Yes, if you could pick me up some serpent venom, that would be amazing.
So snake venom, got it.
I suppose if we're going shopping, we may as well all go to the Emporium and just see if there's anything that catches our eye before a long travel.
I figured you wanted to go to the library and read some there, Tardan.
No, that's Athos' job. I can find his serpent venom.
What do we still need to learn? He told us about the oak hand fellow a bit, anyway, right?
Yes, but he knew nothing of Girder. Which strikes me as odd, given its proximity to Othema.
Oh, we don't know that name is official.
That's
Old
true.
or new, it might be. Sure, I can look into that. Quietly, perhaps. I don't want to necessarily spread that name around if it is something that we don't want people to know about.
Okay. So we can go through this a little bit more quick if you want, or we can role play through the blacksmith and things. I think we can got a little time, so we can go through the role play of it. So we'll start with the merchants district. So we'll pass in through there. So you're looking for arrows. Obviously, you're looking for Smith's Row, Fletcher. Some armaments and things. So you kind of go in the direction of Rudolph's weapons and arms, simply because in very traditional ways, the city is kind of like, you ever seen A Knight's Tale, right? You have a row of essentially these coverings upon the buildings, or coverings upon the central of the road, and it's lined with smiths and other individuals that aren't actually like permanent trade. They don't do their permanent here, but they're more than like going to the trader's district or to an area where they're just like from a stagecoach or a stall. They actually have forges, they have kilns, they have things here. They've been actually work here for years, and many of them are taken apprenticeships from others that are here. And particularly for smithing, it's Rudolph's weapons and arms, right? Essentially somebody that has a large shop front, has their own smith, that's prime real estate upon the Smith's Row. And so you're kind of drawn towards Rudolph's weapons and arms. If he's going to have some nice arrows, it's going to be this individual. You can obviously find common arrows from someone else. You can also find somebody to teach you fletching within the row, which will come to that, right, if you're looking for that, but you might be looking for something a little bit higher tier. And so this shop here has an extended canopy that rounds the eastern and southern sides of the structure. The building itself is 3 stories tall, with the shop only encompassing the first. A brick walled and solid stone foundation pushes its way into a wooden sided interior. A single door with a rough wooden and kind of glassed window opens on the eastern side into the forge. You see a large anvil sits in front of a solid brick stone forge with a cut in the tandem canopy for ventilation. There's also a smelter that's here. So not only do the foundries run, but there's a smelter here that actually can take unrefined ore and actually come in to make ingots of it. So that's a little bit different than anything else you see in the row. There's a nearby kiln, quench tank, barrels, a workbench with drafts, other instruments mainly along the wall of the actual building that faces outwards into this. All used in the manner of a blacksmith's craft, needing to make weapons, particularly armaments, right? This is what this blacksmith does. It's not making fasteners or reinforcements to wagon wheels. It's making swords, battle axes, shields, armor, bolts, crossbows, things like that. So this is what this individual is capable of. Now, the shop's main entrance is a double wooden door with 2 glazed circular pocket windows on the northern side, and then a 4-foot stone staircase leads up to the foundation and that door. But you're not really interested in the shop per se, because the blacksmith itself, who's actually giving instruction, is currently in the forge area. And it's this tall 6'5" human with a darker complexion, filled with black leather bracers covering scarring. The human has thick shoulders and chest, wears a piece of matching leather apron and belt fit with tools. Underneath the leather vest sits on top of a dirty tanned cloth blouse. Black leather trousers and boots accompany. And you know this because they're delegating towards apprentices and journeys. And they're also walking across the street to others in the Smith's area, and they're essentially ordering them and things, and they're coming back. They're mainly working on the same weaponry that you see the soldiers using. So maybe they have like a large order, or maybe they're for the army that's going to be shipping out, right? They want to make sure weapons are made or repaired, and so they also have a cart filled with weapons that need to be repaired. And you notice there's a mixture of different materials that are in crates, ingots, There's some other, masterwork type level things. And so that catches your eye here, Aries, as you make your way to this shop. And so you can go into the shop if you want to take your perusing of certain things. If you want to try to find some arrows in the actual shop there. But the blacksmith who actually runs this establishment is outside, currently taking over from the hammer for an apprentice, smashing onto a halberd kind of blade and working with it. No, like this. This is the way you strike it. Hands the hammer, kind of pushes towards their chest, taps him in the back. Get to work. And it kind of looks around and continues to kind of fumble around. Not fumble, but continues to look around the shop for more things to do.
I'm not one for shopping, so I will walk right up to the head blacksmith, or what I think is the head blacksmith. Good morning, sir. I was here in search of some arrows, some of the finer arrows. Do you have any of those for sale?
Good morning. Finer arrows. My name's Master Tom Rudolph. Your name?
Aries.
Aries. Pleasure to meet you. Fine arrows. I do have some came into my possession. Tends to be but that way sometimes. I have some enchanted arrows. You interested in that? Do you have the coin?
What are we talking? How many and how much?
Out of character. Arrows +1. 40 total arrows. Arrows +1. And is selling actually relatively cheap. For only 400 gold pieces. 400 gold for the lot of them. 2 crates. Come from Elyon and Temeria. Finely enchanted weaponry, as far as I'm concerned.
The group behind me? Are you guys there kind of standing watching, looking around?
I think the only one... Yeah, I think everyone pretty much went except for Ethos, right? You went to the library.
Okay. Anybody have issues with me taking 400 gold out of the treasury for these arrows?
Roll for
No.
What'd you say?
Does it roll for initiative?
This guy. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So I'm willing to buy all the arrows from you, but how about we do a little better on the price and we go 350?
350, huh? Roll persuasion.
Boy, this is my best one here.
This guy's a pushover. It's fine.
Yeah.
I need to make some return on these arrows. 400 gold is my final price. If that wasn't the most traditional, I'm sorry, okay, that's the most traditional, like, we're back in, like, Skyrim level response. That's so great.
Oh, all right, Tardan. Can I please have the 400 gold?
Yeah, taking it out of the treasury now.
All right. And then one last question for you, so that maybe I can learn someday how to make my own arrows and not have to spend gold on them. Do you instruct on how to make arrows, and could you do it quickly, or is there somewhere else I need to go that you would know about that could do that?
No one else can teach you finer things of making weaponry than me. I'm a master smith. I was trained to be elder under Elwyn Osquina. Something that I take pride in. I suppose I can work you in to teach you. But it will cost you. I have a lot of apprentices and other individuals I teach. I'll take the time. It depends how much you can pick up. I won't be able to teach you manners of enchanting weaponry, but I will be able to help you make arrows within most likely 2 to 3 days if we work all day.
I'll look at Tardan and Google, and I'll say I'm not sure that I'll be of any help with the body. It we all seem to want to help with. Would there be a problem with me staying here to learn this skill?
Didn't he just say 2 or 3
Said three.
days?
3 days.
Yeah, but he said he could teach me the basics in the rest of the day.
I can teach you the basics for the rest of the day, get you started. You can always take up your apprenticeship with someone else after you learn the basics. I do know there's Thomas's fletching down in Fort Farron. It's the next town down. Thomas's ranger knows how to make decent arrows.
And what would the cost be for the day?
To essentially replace all the apprentices I'm teaching, I have 24 that I am instructing at the present moment. Be roughly 30 gold pieces.
Taking it out of the treasury.
Okay. All right, so I will now kind of bow out and stay here with him to learn fletching, arrow making.
You lot, taking over training of this individual for arrows. You'll take orders of Hofton across the Smith's Row. Hofton! The dwarf kind of trotting forward. You're going to take over training for the day. Make sure they keep up the repairs, the crafting of these blades. Slow it down for Lord requests them. They should be done. It's in 2 weeks. We have a quota to make. Quota to reach. Don't forget. Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doing any sort of weird tinkering. No making weird things. Making blades for halberds and glaives. Yeah. What I'm thinking is you're not really understanding what I'm saying. You're just agreeing with me, but you're going to go off and do your own thing like you always do. I need you on this. Got it?
Can I interject?
Yeah. What?
What type of weird things has he made before? I like weird things.
No, don't. We're not starting this. Hofton, go. Begins to trot off. All right, let's get to work. Cue montage. Live to win till you die. Till the fire's in your. All right, so you'll be working on that for the rest of the day, mainly in the shop. There's no reason to fletch out here, but you're going out here to make essentially the arrow tips, which is the main craft of what Rudolph is really capable of being more of a smith. So it's kind of fine tuning the actual tips to the arrows, and then working on featherwork and essentially carving the wooden shaft and how that really works. And you're using mainly stock that you're finding and kind of honing it down. And it's not too difficult, that one. But so you're gonna be spending the rest of the day getting the basics up. It's definitely gonna get you an understanding of making arrows and putting on the trek, but you're gonna need more education most likely to be on your own outright. I will probably say that you have your smith's tools proficiency working on that. I think if you take a couple more days, if you want to purchase smith's tools from Rudolph and you want to work on stuff on your own, if you want to state maybe when we're traveling or whatnot that you're working on making arrows by yourself, most likely I'll get you proficiency with the tools just on your own. You might not have to reach out to anybody else as long as you get the basics.
Yeah, how much were the smith tools?
So Smith's tools from if you're looking to get Smith's tools from here, they're going to cost only 15 gold, which is actually 5 less than the common price.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and buy that. Subtracted it out of my gold already.
Okay. All right.
And then what I don't know, and we can do this later, is I've forgotten how to add the arrows, the +1 arrows that we bought, and then the smith's tools in there somewhere.
I put the arrows into your inventory, and I'll put the Smith's tools in.
Okay.
You can always do it yourself. Control spacebar will essentially create the search field, and you can search for that.
Yep. Okay. Good to go. And I'm sitting there training the rest of the day then.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to go to the Emporium. So that's where Tard and Sir Dougal are headed. So the Emporium is someplace that the party is very familiar with. Well, not all, but some of the party that party's changed a little bit. So we can just fast track the Emporium. There's no reason to go through that, given that we have to go through the library a little bit here to conclude. So the Emporium has all manners of items. They primarily focus on religious items, but they can go into the protection side of things. They have, again, all manners of goods. Rolvik Silverfall is the one in charge, has a large warehouse at back. They collect things, essentially like a pawn shop type style, and they begin to sell them out. So you're trying to look for serpent's venom. Is that what I'm told?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are able to find 3 vials of this serpent venom. You're unclear. It's kind of a bluish liquid, slightly green tinged. Unclear of what serpent actually comes from, most likely from a giant poisonous snake. They're in these kind of stopper-like bottles, and that are held in like a cradle, which is in a smaller chest. The chest is currently locked, and you have a kind of a sign that says venom, and then you open it and you begin to realize, hey, this is what we're looking for. The price on these, if you're buying all 3 of them, is going to be roughly 500 gold pieces that you're able to get all 3 of these.
I have no problem with that if no one else does.
I'm not there.
All right. So
Well, this is an OOC conversation, okay? If you have a problem with me spending 500 gold, I learned my lesson. I spent 1,000 once and got yelled at for like ever.
So I'll go ahead, if you're going to buy them, go and deduct 500 gold from your inventory. And then I went ahead and dragged in the serpent venom into Athos's character sheet, because that's the one who requested it. So I dragged in 3 of those for you. So creatures subject to this poison must succeed on a DC 11 con saving throw, or taking 3d6 poison damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. And then this can be applied to anything, right? Weapon, ammunition, trap components, deal piercing, slashing damage, right? And it's going to remain potent until until it's delivered through the wound, or is washed off, and then it kind of exposes to that effect. Something to note is that once the poison is used, once you coat it and it's used, you can't get it back. So that's something that's there. So it's kind of a one and done type situation, which is kind of sad. It makes poisons a little bit lackluster, given what. But it's a nice effect of getting some extra damage onto a strike, which is 3d6 is something to scoff at. So, all right.
While we're there,
Yeah.
I would also like to look for anything that would make adventuring easier. So like anything that can magically create some sort of food, even if it's not good food, stuff like that, since we have no idea where we're going and how long it's going to take.
You
think
want
there's
a
a
magical
ladle
item
that
that
does
can
something.
You want a magical
Yeah.
item that can create food?
Yeah.
Isn't that the wheel of wind and water? Isn't that right?
No, there. I thought there was a ladle, a soup ladle.
No, wind of water.
Uh,
When mounted at the helm of an elemental galleon or airship. No, that's not. That's not even it. That's funny. Though.
Magic
said it's
ladle.
It's a ladle, huh?
Yeah. I don't remember what it's called.
I'm trying to look at my opinion.
I swear there was something that did this.
Is it in Strixhaven? Is that where? Because I know they have the endless coffee thing.
I don't know. I'll have to find it later. I don't remember.
Endless coffee. That's something we need.
Because it was something like it essentially made tasteless, bland food, but it provided sustenance. I gotta figure out where this was. Ladle 5.
Lembas bread.
We can go to Athos and I can figure this out, and we can work out a price later.
Yeah, I've
Retcon it.
never heard of a ladle that does
Yeah, I
that.
don't-
I've never heard of that. I think that there's like
There's a bowl of soups, but that might be homebrew.
Get it? Homebrew?
Merlin Spoon is showing in Forgotten Realms, but I don't know. Let me see if I can find it in.
speed of nourishment, speed of
That's the boba.
refreshment. But none of those are like reproducible. They're one and done. So once you use
Right,
them,
you just get a
they're-
number of
Never
them.
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keywords, handy spice pouch. Bag of beans. Are those a real thing?
Oh, it looks like this was actually a 3.5 item. Sustaining spoon?
Sustaining spoon. Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that name in forever. Sustaining spoon. Wow. Let's see if I can. Is it an item? We can make it an item. I mean, why
Let's
not?
see. D&D Beyond. Sustaining spoon. Not finding it on D&D Beyond. It looks like that was a 3.5 thing.
Yeah, it's not even. I don't even think it was G20.
It's showing on the D&D wiki for official 3.5.
Yeah, because the magical items had
Yeah.
the way that it's also wrote is like a 3.5. So if this unremarkable
Yep.
appearing utensil is placed in an empty container, the vessel fills with a thick, pasty gruel. Although the gruel tastes like warm, wet cardboard, it is highly nourishing. It contains everything necessary to sustain any herbivorous, omnivorous, or carnivorous creature. The spoon can produce significant gruel each day to feed up to 4 humanoids. I'm surprised that you want this started. I'm going to be really surprised that your character would even opt for this. Gross.
I mean,
That's
it's,
amazing.
grueling. He's like warm, wet cardboard. Why would you eat
it's
that?
for 4 people.
But
Can we
why
make
would you
Nereus
eat it?
I need you to. I need you to present this to Nereus every day.
No, it's for
Just be like,
everyone else, for the
I
other
made you
4
dinner.
party members, and then I get to eat my rations. But that's I
Right.
can take all their rations.
Disgusting.
Because,
That sounds so gross.
well, I was thinking like worst case scenario, like if we get stuck in a cave somewhere and we have nothing to like.
See this,
At least there's something.
but this is why.
Have you ever
I-
tried Reddit?
I've heard of this item. I
Yeah.
remember like going through it. There's a reason why I never gave this item out when I played 3.5. This is exactly why.
'Cause
This
it's
is
gross?
Gross. Who? I mean, come on. Just pack rations. Get a ranger. Hire a ranger to find some
That's
live
fair.
game for you. It was a sustaining spoon.
I didn't think
Okay,
it was
but no.
wet cardboard.
If
That's
you
why I
want,
was-
if you want a sustaining spoon, I will say that there's a sustaining spoon here, and I will say that the price of the sustaining spoon is exactly the price that they wanted to sell it in 3.5. 5,400 gold pieces.
Oh
So-
man!
5,400.
If
gold
you want to
pieces
spend
on food for the day.
5,400 gold pieces on a spoon that's going to give you
I feel like
gruel.
Tartan would do that, honestly.
I feel like Tartan would actually do that. By the way,
Oh, Tartan would 100% do that and then make you guys eat it every day to pay for the spoon.
Like, you know how much this spoon costs? Eat your damn gruel.
Okay, no, I thought it was something else. I didn't think it was a wet cardboard.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. All right. Well, there's nothing. There's nothing else besides beef nourishments and other things here that would be able to produce the food. But there's other items. I mean, as far as like artifacts and things that they have. Here there's a Mace of Disruption. There's a Sentinel Shield here. There's a couple other things of that nature. There's also materials and whatnot. Again, it's an emporium, so there's a large diversity here. But you're after the venom. You find the venom. And maybe you're backtracking a little bit, Tartan, going, you know what? I got what I came here for. I don't need that spoon. And I can exfil. So we'll go ahead and we'll end the session with the Library of Light. We'll give a description of the library here. There's no particular map for it, but there is obviously nice notes. Theater of Mind here. Let me get my notes out. Medieval library music, which is literally nothing because it's just a library. All right, a large single-story library fit into a solid stone structure in domed mosaic glazed skylight. A double wooden door faces towards the Suntree courtyard, invites with a grand 10-foot staircase. There's other shrubbery and things kind of riddled around. Again, the Suntree area is warm, right? It is not like the tundra crazy climate outside. And so plants thrive here, deciduous trees and things, right, within the actual holy district. And that's around the Library of Light, these shrubbery, flowering plants and things. Large mosaic, kind of in middle etched windows, tower to 15 feet, showcasing the impressive 35-foot apex of the dome ceiling. The structure is oval in nature. Upon entry through the grand 12-foot tall, double wooden and wrought iron intricate metal reinforced doors, a vast chamber cover embraces you. It's about 140 feet from west to east and 80 feet from north to south. Entering from the western side, you quickly note there are two other smaller entrances, northeast, that are there. A common area sits in the center with a mixture of tables and chairs. They are plush and embroidered in silk and cotton with gold and white accents. Similarly, robed figures to that floor. These are exactly Suntree initiates. They work in the cathedral. They somewhat reside underneath the cathedral. They work the sundials. They are in the Library of Light. They run the Library of Light as well. So there's a whole academic scholarly pursuit that they have as well. Knowledge domain type level, and they seem to be gathering texts from vacant tables left. Right. So kind of getting the actual tables here, picking them up. Stone shelving spirals around on every wall and works their way up to nearly 20 feet. Ladders attached to the floor slide in grooves to reach upper volumes. Signs engraved into the stonework above certain shelving signifies their nomenclature. The windows that you saw outside, right, they divide those shelving. So they are the reasons why there's light kind of dividing, as well as the skylight coming down for that light. So they kind of make that nomenclature a little more readable, I suppose. Now, what's important is that the skylight is supported by that metal lattice. And then there's a couple metallic pillars that support that metal lattice above. The largest of those metal pillars is at the center, and that is a large kind of a 6-foot radius metallic pillar that goes up towards mainly steel and iron. And then there's kind of a chute of sorts that's built into that. And it kind of extends maybe books that are able to kind of come down, similar to a library, right? Where you kind of put a book in and it kind of spirals down, suggesting that there is a lower level. And now you can kind of see that there's a single stone staircase and it descends off-center to the west of the entry there. And that kind of gives you an idea, especially individuals coming up and down from that. So kind of maybe there's a sub-level to this. But there's mainly religious and history texts to this library. There's not really a whole emphasis on arcane. And you're able to get any manner of things here. There's a great number of articles, great number of books, but just does not have a lot of arcane. So that kind of is one thing that you're able to see at those as you make your way. Now, no one's coming up to you to help you, but you're noticing that there's individuals that come into the library and they're approaching the initiates and they're just asking for help. and that's kind of the go-to here. So no one's really just coming up to you in that sense, but you can easily go up to someone if you're looking for help, or you can simply peruse the nomenclature and try to find what you're looking for.
Yeah, no, I think Athos would approach one of the acolytes.
Okay.
Hello. It's so nice to meet a fellow devotee of knowledge. This place is quite magnificent. I have a specific task at hand. I need possibly historical texts, more likely local legend and folklore of a particular region nearby, and he'll actually pull out a map and point to where the general location of Girder is without saying the name. Just this area along the base of the mountains to the south southwest from here.
Okay. So this
anything
is
of interest to note.
Yeah, so you approach. This is dwarf, got to come auburn hair. It's braided down into twin, comes around, and then it's braided into a single with the hair, and then the beard kind of connects to it. So it's like a 3 tripod thing into a single braid down. They have kind of a fair complexion and rough, kind of weathered features and black eyes, looking towards as you're pointing towards the map and noting. And you specifically state Girder, right?
I specifically do not
specifically
state
do
Girder.
not
I
state
just
Okay.
outline the area first.
Outline
to see
the
if I can-
area. Right.
Yeah.
So just this dwarf looks at it, kind of sniffles a little bit. Oh, well, that area there, folklore about that area?
Yes, names it may be referred to as, famous events, legends of folklore, anything of interest.
It seems like that's on the northern side of the marshes. And, well, it's on the southern frost hordes. Well, I suppose I can get you some texts on the southern Frosthorn Mountains. And anything that comes from that. It's going to be a lot of books, though.
Right.
Geology, geography, cartography. It's going to be a whole manners of things about the Frosthorns.
Perhaps if you could just point me to that section, and I could peruse at my own pace.
Oh, well, it's a lot of sections. There's a couple of them. I could just gather books, and you can tell me if you want them or not. How about that?
Certainly.
All right, let's do it that way. Shuffles over, begins to climb up certain ladders of geography and begins to grab certain books, sets them down, geology, right? So you're kind of going through a variety because it doesn't really know exactly what you talked about folklore with the area, but there's not anything about the area that would stand out. So you're essentially kind of looking for clues of what might have been here prior to maybe a cartographer came through here and made camp or something and made note of that within some sort of article. Or perhaps you're looking for some miners that attempted to prospect in this area and they're made documents of the geology about it. So that's kind of where this dwarf is going with it and giving you the clues necessary to kind of make more information than what you've kind of came up with because it's pretty vague. So as you're coming through and you're beginning to look through them, I simply need you to make an investigation check. That's it. 23. So as you spend, it's going to take you the day in the library going through these books. Drinks provided to you by this dwarf as well. They kind of fetch some ale, things that you might need to keep steady, some wine, some cheeses and things, bread and whatnot. And they continue to go through the books. And this initiate's also helping you go through the books and pointing at things and whatnot, and kind of uncoming to and what. You then come to a book that talks about a place within the actual mountains that was known as Girder. Literally. That exact mention. And this book is a dwarven book. And in particular, looking at your languages, this is completely in Dwarvish. So the actual name of Girder is Dwarvish. The dwarf helping translate it for you, working through, sitting down and talking about it. You begin to understand that this particular book speaks about, it's a geography book, and it speaks about this area back in history, roughly 2,000 to 2,500, even 3,000 years ago. It continues to date back. And it doesn't specifically state what had happened to this place or anything like that. It just says that it was there. And I'm going to give you just a little bit of information as far as what this book is doing. And speaking about, okay. This place in this book is made in context of a city. And not just a city, it is a dwarven city that was occupied in territory. That's what they refer to as Girder, the territory. And it was occupied by Clan Ironhide dwarfs, which, to your knowledge, on Arthuria, don't exist. That is as much information as you can get from the context of these books.
Fascinating. Just speaking to the gentleman that was helping me, are you familiar with a clan of dwarves referred to as Ironhide?
Oh, Clan Ironhide, honestly, well, I grew up in Thonia, Clan Artifice Dwarf. Terrible thing happened to my people, but it is a tale told to keep us into beds at night as children. Don't let what happened to the city fall to the Underdark, as it did to Clan Ironhide. Just something spoken. Now, I have long studied and speculated myself if this is a true story or if it's a tale, and what I understand is that there are many refugees in this time period that spoke of a great dwarven city, territory known as Girder. And they did say they were Clan Ironhide dwarves. He spoke of horrors and things that rose in the city. To my best of knowledge of what we encountered yesterday, that these were the same creatures they spoke about in their tales. Always wondered why they imagined there was Underdark creatures coming into a city, but undead. I never wondered why Underdark creatures came into a city, but undead, I truly wondered how that happened.
Indeed.
My name's Storvin, by the way.
It is my absolute pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Athos Villal. I thank you so much for your help today.
You're welcome. If there's anything you need more, I just ask away. I mean, might be able to try to find more about Girder in the vaults, but I can assure you there's nothing really in there that would tell more information than this, if this is what you're after.
I believe that has satiated that question quite well. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, well, put the books away. Be on your way. Enjoy the rest of the food there. Very well. Begins to put the back. All right. Well, that we're going to include the session. So thanks for everyone going through the rounds of role play. I'll go ahead and calculate some experience for role play and everything like that. Does anybody have any questions at all?
Nope.
Always a way to end it on the library.
Right.
It's
It's a
having
different
co-
kind
Again.
of cliffhanger.
It's a
It's
different
the second
kinda-
time in that library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice change of pace to play a character that would go to a library and do something useful.
What do you mean? Your character in the other campaign had lots of fun at the library. Or not at the library, doing the other thing instead of the library.
yeah, I didn't go to the library.
I mean, neither one of my characters would ever go to the library, let's be honest here. Unless they're looking for people.
Thanos would go to the library, but only just because it would be dark and quiet, and he could just go invisible in a corner and,
Mm.
do whatever he was going to do uninterrupted.
Oh wow,
You hear
so
the
close.
silent tangs. Oh.
He's blacksmithing in the library.
All right, so I got to calculate that to be 1,039 experience each. Should put you at 33,230 experience total.
So close.
It was so close, so close. We're
We,
almost there.
we should have picked a fight with somebody. Should have killed one of what's his name people.
Yeah, dude. If we picked a fight with any of those guys in that bar, we were all dead.
No, it's fine.
Not only did you
Yeah.
witness them use teleportation, disintegration. I mean,
It's fine.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine, Sir Dougal.
How many spell slots could they have left? You know?
How many
And
spell
I'm pretty
slots
sure
do you-
all of us were out of shit too. That was a long
Yeah,
day
we
for
had
us.
no-
Yeah,
Nothing.
you were
That
all
was it.
out. You
No
were all
spells.
gassed. Yeah.
No
I still
abilities.
had all of my
Yeah.
second levels. I had a third. I had a first. Y'all blew through all y'all stuff. I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
I only have 2
Oh.
spell slots. What do you want from me?
I'm sorry. We actually did something in the previous fights.
I
Oh.
believe I hit the big bad for 26 damage. Okay.
I
All right,
mean,
Your
well,
friend that
Before this
you-
gets worse, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back for another session of ATF.
I think ATF is gonna stick. We can use that for a lot of stuff.